Awawa. Awawawawa. Awawa. Awawawawa. Awawa. Awawawawa. Awawawawawa. Awawawawa. Awawawawawa. Awa. Hello. Hello, Dad. Hello, Lulu. Hello, Sparrow. Stop it. I'm a fragile little cubby. Mean. I love how my PC is fucking chugging right now. It does not like this game. Let's see if this works. You may notice I have a blanket right now. Why is my hood back up? There we go. I'm very EP. Wow. This is a comfy stream today, I think. Wow, how's everybody doing? I hope you're doing well. The blanket's so cute. It is done by Queen Clover. I have them credited in my Twitch, my little Twitch thingies down there. It cost me $1 whole US. I recommend them. They're very cute. I thought, even though I'm saving up for the model, which, by the way, if you do !donate, I'm saving up for model updates for the because of the redesign, and the like finishing paying off the new reference. But yeah, I figured I could spare $1 entire US. I felt that was within my means. Tired, love guys left, need to finish tomorrow, work too hard, need sleep. It's fucking same. I was so fucking EP today because I couldn't sleep last night. I was feeling, I found a new emotion and my brain was like, and it wouldn't let me sleep. Cubby, hello Anna. How you doing? So last time we played video game, we seemed to get to a point that either might end up in a last chapter or might be the end. So we might just see the end of the game straight away, and I don't know what to do if we do. I know that she's sort of slowly coming to terms with what she did. I think she does need to come to terms with that part of herself she's scared of. Boy, howdy. That makes me recognize something. Judging by the fact I've got a new plant here, I think we do have a new chapter. That's multicolored seeds. I think we do have an entire new chapter. Where the fuck do you get a blankie? Yeah, thank you for the subby wubby. Awa. If you, cause I'm tired. And it cost me $1 from Queen Clover's coffee shop. You can see it linked down below. Yeah. There's little puddles. You can splash in the bar. Who are you? Hi, kid. What are you doing out here? Bang! I shot you! You're dead! What? You're dead! I shot you with my gun! I can't do a kid voice, I'm sorry. Oh no, oh no. Like, oh no, she's American. Oh fuck. Yes, ow, now I'm dead. I did it! I win! Mine! All this stuff is mine now. Everyone sucks except me. I'm going home soon. I'm going home soon. I like that kid. That's a cute kid. Borrow, there's a child running around the clearing. Ah, yes, so I noticed. Have you spoken with her? Yeah, she's, weird. Her parents being anywhere nearby. I haven't noticed anyone with her. Hey there, Cha. How you doing? Yeah, I don't know why she's alone. I'll try to ask. Yes. Boro will keep an eye out as well. In the meantime, perhaps she would like a cup of tea. She doesn't seem like the tea-drinking type. If Miss Alta can find some enjoyment in tea, then anyone can. To be clear, I'm still not enjoying myself. Oh, well, we've still got a bit of time left here. Boro will win you over yet. Yeah, we've definitely got a whole chapter to do. Let's go. I'm not bringing the... You know what? Always bring the camera just in case. What if, right? I'll be taking you. But yeah, how is everybody doing today? Thank you for contributing to the summoning gadget. I feel a little stronger already. We'll check upstairs shelves real quick. Nope, nothing there. Thank you, Cuddler, for contributing to the summoning. Wah. Yep, we've got everything. Everything that I can immediately find anyway. Cup. Good. And we'll grab the tools as well. Sup, bitch? Hello, miss. Boro made you a cup of tea. This one is made with sweet millions, which are a most invigorating sort of fruits. They are creating a feeling of deep focus and intention, a rigorous sensation. It seemed to me like the sort of brew Miss Alta would be a big fan of. But that is all. Tea delivery complete. My work here is done. I am wishing you the best, as always. You know what? I'll pick my tools up later. We're going to the bench. I have managed to get an achievement. I still don't know what those achievements are for. Any fucking guesses from chat? What? God, I love those leaves in my camera, dude.
Oh, wow. This really does make you feel more focused.
The new game plan.
More alert, more... Actually, this is exactly the way I always feel during a fight. Because before a fight, your mind is just a jumble of noise. It's like a swamp. And you can't make anything out. And then, the fight starts.
I imagine you'd be fucking terrified, right?
And suddenly, focus kicks in. There you go. Now you're on track. Now you know what to do. It becomes clear. It's easy. It's nothing.
What a bop, dude.
Up, back, in, left, hit, swing, pause, go. Everything makes sense. Everything is clear. Nothing hurts. Nothing fails.
Exactly.
Go. It's her. The person who looks like me, isn't it? Yeah. This is her. God, I love this feeling.
Bonjour, you fucking wanker.
It's how I feel alive. I don't want to give this feeling up.
There you go.
Can't I keep this incredible feeling somehow? I can't lose this.
Uh-oh. No, we're not continuing the Minty Bee? Okay, cool. I got a little bit worried for a second there. Oh, she's so troubled. I feel like that should have, like, continued a little bit to at least some sort of natural endpoint, but it is what it is. There we go. Put that in the washer. I clued onto that earlier. I think I want to make a just literally any tea for the child before I approach, because I think... Oh, no. Child wants to speak immediately. Fine. I guess I'm speaking to the child immediately. I kind of want 100% this game, but I also kind of don't. I feel like the value I'm getting out of this game is the journey, rather than 100%ing it like I would any other game. I feel like if I tried to 100% this game, I would cheapen the experience. Let me get my tools. This is one of those few times where the autism kind of loses out. Awa, 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 awa. No, I think I'd be just happy with reaching an endpoint on this game and then uninstalling it, and, like, that's it. Game over. Game done. And I think 100% completion here would be like, you try all of the teas, you get all of the little collectibles, which sounds like such a chore, you know?
Why are you alive? You're supposed to be dead. I shot you.
I blocked my shot, your shot with my invincibility shield.
Really? What's your invincibility shield weak to? Is it immune to knives?
If you come at me with a knife, I will end you.
Haha, no you wouldn't. You couldn't hurt me. I don't think.
Are you sure? I'm about 100 times your size.
Oh no, now she's British. We really are sliding down the scale, aren't we?
You're not 100 times my size. You're only like 10 times.
10 times is plenty.
Huh, you gotta be weak to something.
Hey, what's your name?
Poop.
Your name is Poop.
Haha, you said poop. I got used to saying poop. You sound so stupid.
No, you said Poop.
Haha, you said it again. You sounded even stupider the second time.
What are you, like 9 years old? Aren't you too old for poop jokes?
Nope, I'm 100 years old, and you'll never kill me no matter how hard you try.
Poo-whoop. Thank you, Lulu.
Try to kill me.
All right, here I come.
Time to detonate the child.
Dodged your attack. Escape plane, vroom.
I like this kid. This is such a cute kid. Oh no, we have to deal with coffee. I'm going to give the child coffee. Fuck it. This is Borrow's problem now. In fact, let's see if I can make this problem even more awful. Reminds me of those who wronged you, nostalgic, awestruck and amazement when one was in danger, known to infuriate some. Maybe we could do Messberry. Rub beads. Aha! Azzy fruit. Perfect. We need 4 pink seeds because it's high in caffeine. I am going to destroy this child. Where are we? Pink seeds. Here we go. First off, I'm going to make sure I've got a decent amount of them. Where is a filling point? Awawa. I could not have picked a further point from a fucking filling station. Should have used it to carry out a field goal. Nothing bad could happen if I feed a child coffee. Surely. I think it will be perfectly fine. I think you're all just being a little bit jumpy over nothing. Awa, awa, awa. Right, we're done with that. Let's just clip it out because we don't need it. There we go. I still haven't learned the controls. There we go, there we go, there we go. We go. And now we have the secret ingredient. I'm gonna go make extra caffeinated coffee. Right, I remember. Into the mysteriously shaped receptacle. I don't know why they made it look like a bong. What did the devs mean by that, chat? Now I need the Azzy fruit. And I need... Oh boy howdy, that is energetic. I need the coffee bean. You give the child coffee. The screen fades to black. Time skips an hour later to Alta watching the cafe burn down while the child cackles and borrows shouting, "What have you done?" Why is he... Yeah, no, I got what you meant. Doesn't look like a bong. It's literally just a regular set of scientific bread. It looks like a bong. You can't tell me otherwise. Perfect. Oh, child. Where are you? No! No, I can't give it to the child! No! Only I can drink my concoction. And it's gonna give me the basic crime averted. What do you mean? I think that could have only ended well. Fine, I'll go drink it. I know that it'll just give me the basic coffee dialogue, but what if? I can't remember where the hell is. Fuck. I am sure they rearrange this place every time you come here. But it's just a basic set of flasks and beakers rendered artistically. I don't know what you mean, honestly. It's on you for seeing anything. Am I being gaslit, chat? The child would have ripped a hole. Yeah, but we might have seen Zenith again. And you know what I feel about Zenith. I think that would have been a net positive for everyone. Everyone being me. Where the fuck is there a bench anywhere, dude? Please. Can I sit on stump? I cannot sit on stump. I simply want to drink my coffee. I want to drink my coffee in the pouring rain. I want to release my inhibitions. Feel the rain on my skin. That is a bench. It's probably generic coffee dialogue, surely.
Coffee means...
Yup. We've already been there. Fine, I'm putting it in the washer, never looking back. You'd think, like, extra caffeinated coffee would do something, but... Unfortunately. Oh no, the child wants to talk to me now. What if she asks for coffee?
I want to tell you something.
All right, go ahead.
I found a lot of dirt, so I'm going to make a sculpture of me.
Just don't make it near the shop.
You're not the artist. You don't get to tell me what to do. I'm going to make you a real bad sculpture, and I'm going to put it where everyone can see it.
Hey, where are your parents? Are they nearby?
Parents are dumb, so I'm going to be my own parents from now on.
That's a terrifying thought. What is it?
I don't know, you're just kind of old or something.
Wow, okay, fucking rude.
Or something. If you're going to insult me, get specific.
It's your face that's the most old-looking part of you, I think.
You think? No, you can't be getting wishy-washy there at the end. If you're serious about this, commit to it.
Okay. Your face looks really old, and I'm really certain about it.
Well, you're old.
Yeah, I'm super old and stupid.
Yeah.
I'm the king of old people. Every old person has to do whatever I say.
By the way, are you sure you want me to call you Poop? I can call you Poop if you want.
Monster.
Is that your name?
Yeah, I want to be called Monster.
I preferred Poop.
Nah. I want to be Monster now.
Hey, how come you didn't laugh when I said I prefer Poop?
I guess it's not funny anymore.
It's not. Why not?
It's just not. That's just how it is. Adults aren't funny anymore. They used to be, and now they're not. Go away.
I don't know why I like this child. It's so cute, dude. Right, I noticed there's another NPC, so I'm gonna do an NPC that doesn't make me cry whenever I try and do the voice. Can't you just nail the kid's feet to the floor and walk away? I think that would probably be some sort of crime. And not the harmless crime like giving a child caffeine. Why do I feel like I recognize you?
Whoa, Nana, you're back.
Ha! You wish. I'm not back. I'm just here for my victory lap.
I don't remember the...
Last time I was here, I crushed you in a thrilling display of vital economic prowess.
That's the one, I think.
Now I've returned to witness the wreckage, the remains of the devastation I caused. See? Look at it there. Just much of a dump as it was last time. Pitiful. Honestly, you want my advice? Bulldoze this thing to the ground. Get a proper development company in there.
What shall we build in place of the shop?
Condos. Everybody loves condos. Give this little spot of forest some actual personality.
I got another fucking achievement, by the way.
I bet we could fit 10, maybe 12 condo complexes in here. Yeah, 12 easy. But no, we don't want sensible and pragmatic ideas, Nana. Your sustainable, forward-thinking version of the future scares us. We're not ready for it yet. Pathetic. You babies are all the same, except some are worse than others.
I've missed you, Nana. It's been brutal without you.
Brutal? Me being away isn't brutal. You know what's brutal? A branding eye into the solar plexus. Brutal. Missy, you've grown soft while I was away. Without the commanding authority of a market leader in your life, you've become complacent. Damn it, I told myself I wasn't going to do this, but it's time to set up shop again. Gotta teach you a little humility.
As I recall, last time you sold nothing.
It's called sandbagging. Ever heard of it? You know about this if you ever studied economics a day in your life. Nice try, though. Good to see you're still projecting your failures onto others. Never change.
Can I get you a cup of tea?
Absolutely not.
I remember her. She's great.
Hey, guess what? Nana's back.
Oh, the competition is returned. Time to be updating the Wanderstop business model. Liquidity ratio, capital structure optimization. Yes, I am fully up to date on my business phrases.
How come she's the only person who's returned since the clearing's changed?
Well, Nana and I share a certain connection. We are both a very particular kind of person. Talk about sandbagging a game revolving around tea. Wait, there's a joke there? Please explain. Dad, is there something I'm not getting? Is there something my fresh young Carby mind is too inexperienced to understand?
What?
Another bag. I forgot about teabagging. I forgot about teabagging, chat. Boro is not happy about this. Boro would rather not teabag our customers. We are connected to this place, to the forest. Been here quite a long time, both of us. So for the two of us, the movement of the forest works a little differently. We are not quite so stuck to it.
Are there other people like you?
Of course, perhaps you'll meet them too. But I forget that it will soon be your time to leave this place. No matter, I'm certain there will become a time where you'll surely cross paths. Sorry, I fucked that line up. Oh, wow. Anyway, I wish the best of luck to returning business competitor. Frankly, Boro thinks our shop is adorable, that I am not minding it. But we will see how I feel about that if she really does run us out of business. Surely she wouldn't, right, Chan? She's too precious. You know what? I'm gonna take a moment just to stock up on seeds slightly. I came back and thought that was legitimately in-game voice acting. Thank you. I like doing my voices. I'm not perfect at them, far from it, but... The child wants my attention. The child can fucking wait. The child didn't want my coffee, so I'm having a sulk. I need... Again, I don't... Ah, there. The child TM wants your attention. The child.
What?
She said, is that a Boro figurine?
I still have no idea how you can set up so quickly.
Come on down, you know you want it, losers. I got goods, I got products. You've never seen so many goods and products. So get off your ass, get a job, and come by and stuff at Nana's. What do you want?
To watch you crash and burn?
Yeah, well, get comfortable. This section of the market needs me. I'm not going anywhere. But you know what? Keeping an eye on me would be good. You might even build a little character if you're not careful. Take a look. Here's what you would be able to buy if you had any damn income to your name.
Some T-shop loser. What do you mean? What do you mean T-shop loser? I want it. It's so cute.
Ha! You should see a look on your face right now. Or intimidation, the recognition of greatness. These are the kind of products you can only dream of. And even in your dreams, they'd be knockoffs.
How about if I trade you for one of them, like before?
Sorry, kid. That was the old me. I'll admit, I've had a bit of a freewheeling side back then. But the new me is hard and calloused. No trades, no deals. I'll never be... Hold up a second. Are those coffee beans? Who the dang heck started growing coffee beans out here?
A mystical space being from another dimension.
Sure. Look, it don't matter to me where they came from. All I know is that I ain't had a cup of coffee in weeks. So here's what we'll do. You can bring me a coffee, and if it's acceptable, we can discuss a trade. Acceptable being the key word here.
What kind of coffee do you want?
Now, see here, I actually know a damn thing or two about coffee. So you,
Wait, so you, I hope you're right. Wait, what?
So you, I hope you're writing this down.
What? Did I find a typo? I think I found a typo, chat.
You're gonna start by brewing 2 coffee beans in hot water, scalding hot.
So caffeine deficiency forgot how to English.
Pour that baby into a cup, let it sit there for a second. Then make a second brew. This time the water should be only warm. Bring it maybe halfway to boiling, then cut the heat. Drop a whaling fruit and a sweet medium into the warm water for taste. Then 1 more coffee bean. Now you're gonna pour that second mix on top of the coffee already in that cup. The taste is all in the layers. It's called nuance, and you kids have never heard of it. All right, that's my order. I've even done the recipe down for you, so you help me if you screw it up.
I'll go give this a shot.
You know what? That sounds like a fucking project right there.
I'm down.
While standing on one nipple. Okay, dude. My dad really has never changed. I already forgot what she wants. That is why we have a list. Trust me, this game gives you everything you need. Child? Fine, what do you want?
I drew a picture on your building.
You drew on my shop without asking me. Do you know how rude that is?
Yeah, it's the worst. I hope you hate it.
I hate it very much.
Yeah, I did it. Hey, what's the stuff you're making in that big machine inside?
The big glass machine, it makes tea.
What's that?
Tea, you've never had tea before?
No, I hate it.
No, you hate it, or no, you've never had it before?
I've never had it before, and I hate it.
That really is the Omega Bong. That's what I'm saying. 1 second, chat. I need to check my fan. Is it not pumping? No, it is. Oh, God, it's pumping. Chat, it be pumping. Oh, my God.
Well, there's nothing I can do to argue with that logic.
I want tea.
Really? But I thought you said you hated it.
Yeah.
But you want one anyway.
Yeah.
Is it because you like to hate things?
Yeah.
I love this kid.
That's what I thought. What kind of tea do you want? What flavor?
Make it gross. I want to be super gross.
Sure, gross tea coming up.
Sure, okay then. I'm down. What do you mean? I am simply serving tea to a child. What about that could possibly be wrong? I can't remember what this does. Oh, wait, hold on. What if I find like a matching mushroom? Hold up. Chat, we're going on a journey. Oh, also, I'm gonna grab some tea leaves while I'm here.
Awa, awa, awa.
I also need a bunch of coffee beans, so we'll grab those. And here's some mushrooms. I wonder if there aren't matching mushrooms to that kind. Well, we'll grab a gift shroom just in case. Actually, maybe we grab one of each.
Awa, awa, awa.
I'm saying, but no, Cuddler's like, no, that's not a bong. That's just scientific equipment. You're just reading into it. I think that's because Cuddler's a little bitch. Lovingly. Yeah, I don't think there's another one of that type of mushroom. And like, I can't pick them, which suggests to me that you're not meant to be able to. Okay, we're good on that. We'll just fill up on coffee beans now. May as well like do a full circuit. And then completely forget where the ring of mushrooms was, because I have no sense of direction, memory, or brain cells. Lovingly and respectfully to myself. But what's everybody been up to today? Have you had good mornings, afternoons, evenings, even if you're from fucking Australia or something? I don't know how time zones work, dude. I'm gonna grab the thorns, because they might have a cool little treat in them. They do not, and I'm sad now. I kinda had my heart set on that. I found a package though, that's good to grab. So fun fact, chat, there is a reason that I do that combo really fast. The brush sound fucks me up mentally. I can't deal with it. It is why I have a fear of brushes. Where are my shrooms? There's shrooms. I guess we'll try the gift shroom first. Package. Package. I love this goofy ass game. Just place that there for a sec. To the person who mailed oh so many packages, Detective Greyline here. Well, well, if it isn't my old rival. Yes, for a time you thought you'd bested me with your, admittedly very impressive, ability to turn up critical evidence at a moment's notice. But it is I who will be just getting the last laugh. You see, your latest package contained clear evidence that Mayor Quimson had been, for years, been conducting underhanded deals with corporate magnates to ensure the downfall of our city's resident detectives, so as to allow these leaders of industry to bring corporate presence into town while conducting business in unscrupulous and illegal ways that would have been difficult for detectives like me to unearth. The mayor's plan of suppressing all detective work had been successful. Therefore, Mayor Quimson has been deposed, and I have been elected to take his place. That's right. Mayor Greyline is on the job. You and I have had our differences. I can't say I respect your methods, but I'm grateful for this one last gesture on your part. Attached is a photo of me. I'll get somewhere special. Until next time. I actually kind of want to look at that picture before I do anything else. Do I have any free... yes, I do. No, I don't. I'm gonna take that one out. I can't even fucking make it out, dude. Nah, we're putting the business stuff back up. That's not a very good picture. Let's put you there. No, dickhead. Put you there. What? What? Put that in there. Can I do you as well? Yes, I can. Right, let's set this tea off drying. And let's set the coffee off cleaning. And what? Borrow wants to speak, but Borrow can speak to my left nut. I'm busy. Precious as Borrow can be. I wonder if there's an achievement for filling this up. I did it. I got them all. Look at him go. Do I have any cups in my inventory? No, I don't. I don't think. Cool. We're good. So we'll work on Granny's beverage first. I'm just going to drain all this off. There is a small benefit to draining them off like this, for those that don't know. Little flowers sprout. Yeah. They be sprouting. So it's never a bad thing. There are no failure states in this game, it seems. Apparently, the kid is drawing weird pictures on the floors of the shop now. Is that okay? Boro feels this is a moment for Miss Alta to make an authoritative decision. What do you say? Is drawing on the floors of the shop permitted? What if they're funny drawings? Hey chat, should we permit it? I think we should. I think that I want to nurture creativity. And if she wants to draw on the floor, she can do that. 'Cause she's a good kid. So it is decided. A stunning triumph of managerial decision-making from shop director Alta. Drawings from wall to wall, it is being the dawn of a new era for Wanderstop. Aren't you worried about another situation like when you left out colored markers for people? Ah, yes, you remember well. I'll tell you what, if the drawings become too unruly, you can simply sweep them away with your broom. I will leave it to your discretion, Shop Director Alta. Go on, have we... Let's have a look for some of these pictures. Ayo? Yo, that's a fucking monster. I like it. That one gets to stay. I like that. Right then, let's make this absolute mammoth of a coffee, shall we? I think the first thing I want to do is make the plants. So we need whaling and sweet melium. So how do we make these? Fucking fuck, bollocky fuck. There we go. Wapers, Azzy, real bees, purple and westberries, whaling fruit. That's an easy one to make. It is yellow surrounded by pink. So let's go out and make this. There it is. Sparky relearns the menu controls every time they open them. The movie, the video game. There we go. Oh, right, yeah, you don't start with a fruit because I've played this game enough hours. Gosh dang it. And the other one is green surrounded by not blue, not green, or yellow. So green surrounded by pink by the looks of things. Again, the controls. What is wrong with me, dude? And what? And what? And what? But this one started... No, it didn't. It's lying to me. It looked like it started with a fruit, but it didn't. There we go. So we have our fruits. We have a mail as well. Let's have a look at that. Hello, this is Maybelline Acre. I recently received a package mailed from to me from this address. The package contained my old pins and pincushion. While I appreciate that you were likely attempting to return my pincushion to me, I got rid of it specifically because sewing is ruining my life. Ruining my life. From the minute I learned how to sew, I wasn't able to stop from morning to midnight. Nothing but sewing. I abandoned my friends and family. I tore my life to the ground to do nothing but sew. And sew and sew. I've never known anything so viciously, violently addictive in my entire life. It will ruin me. Take it back.
Take it and never send it to me again. I've not the strength in my heart to bear such an implement of unmitigated chaos. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, guys, calling around his tally a bit. Okay, tell him I said hi. I'll put it here. It's a little pumpkin thing, looking thing. I like it. Howdy, book lovers. It's Book by Mail Club again. Wowee, that analysis of the Dirt Ward front chest was a real bummer, wasn't it? I didn't know all of that, and frankly, I didn't need to. Tell you what, let's ignore all of that dreary nonsense and just enjoy a good old-fashioned Dirt Ward novel. This one called Bullets Forever, and I can't wait to find out who Dirt Ward kills this time. I don't think I'm gonna read that. Like, they're silly, but I read enough stuff. I think I can limit myself a little bit. Like, I'm not here to read the books. I'm here to collect them and to make tea. I think it's mostly like they're a little bit long for me to really commit. A new mail chat. We got a new letter. It's a little guy. I like that little critter. He's a friend. That's it. That's the letter. Wait, you know that little guy? It's Eggbug? What is Eggbug? I'm about to learn from what is co-host? Wait, co-host, was that a streaming thing? Like, I very, very vaguely remember something about a co-host. It was the mascot of the social media co-host. Ah! Oh, that's cute. I like that. That is a cool little guy. Tumblr-like with extensive CSS crimes? Ah. I got you. I probably wouldn't have gotten on with it very well because I don't know how to do any of that shit. Hot water with 2 coffee beans, pour it into a cup. Right. So I'm gonna guess, like, she needs half of a cup of coffee beans. I just fucking whacked my head against that, you know, it's fine. Concussion. We're good. Just make sure it's boiling, yes? Hot water, right, okay. Ow, wah, 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 wah. Did it. So 1 and 2. Awwa. God, that is chocolatey. Look at that shit. So we need to do about half. That's not half, dumbass. It'll have to do. All right, let's quickly just put it on the table while I drain the rest off. I drink that already? Well, she asked for a very specific drink. It's fine. It makes the tree grow flowers. See? Okay, here we go. And now we make it warm, so it stops at the halfway mark. Wow, 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 wow. That's about halfway. Okay, and second brew with warm water, whaling, sweet medium, and 1 coffee bean. So there's a whaling fruit. Sweet Melium. And coffee bean. But where the fuck did it... I think I know where it went. You fucker. Give me that. Let go of it. That isn't for you. You've never drunk it, have you? I drank the fucking coffee, chat. How do I deal with this? How do I deal with this? This fucking asshole. It drank the coffee. You go outside, dickhead. And now I have to do all of that fuckery again. Right, down it goes. How do I bird-proof this? A little bit. Hi there, Jake. How you doing? See how many coffee beans I've got? I think I have enough to go and do that again. Little coffee demon. They're meant to drink tea. Right, let's just put that down there. Get it out of the way. I have enough coffee beans to do this again. I'd rather fucking not have to. Gonna be real with you. You be good? Good. I guess the best defense against little flightless dickheads is to put the coffee up on like a high shelf. It's also really good to hide it from short people. Yes, you. I'm talking about you. Coffee. Yeah, I'm making coffee. Let me just readjust my posture. I'm goofing. I'm 45 degrees and gay. Lulu is short, so I know that defense for exactly. I didn't wanna name names, but like if I wanted to hide something from Lulu, I would probably use the top shelf. She likes being bullied like that. I can tell. I'll have to bear that in mind. You can just fly up there? Oh, dang. True noodle flight. Fuck, I just realized something. Hold up. I haven't got my fruits. Let me get my fruit. Snoodle flight. Yeah. Precious little snoodle. Right, okay. Let us grab a cup. You. Perfect head pad in sight, and it should and it just so happens and it just so happens that means you're short. Right, okay. About half of a cup, just like that. Now, we go put it on an anti-Lulu shelf. Which I guess there's a ladder here. I'll use this. Surely these things can't fly. I'm pretty sure they can't. I'm actually going to watch very carefully. Any little bastards? No? Anti-Lulu technology, exactly. Okay, there are no incumbent little avians trying to steal my cup of coffee. I think we're in the clear. I am watching so close. I am so paranoid, dude. Look at him, he looks so angry. Why? And the cup's still there. We're doing well. I currently can't turn my camera, by the way. Oh, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I'll tell you what I really want. I want a custom little blanket asset. I'm gonna have to get one of those once I've got my, my redesign model done. Okay, here we go. Still adore your reader. I fucking love it so much. That's what the Ko-fi thing is for, by the way. That is for getting my model updated to reflect the redesign. Yanapi's been so fucking nice about the pricing. And people have been so generous already. Like, I know it's old-fashioned to say, oh, I don't deserve it, but gosh, I'm just that kind of person who would say I don't deserve it, because I still think I got a lot to work on before I'm like, I can truly be worth all of that kindness. Okay, that needs a little bit more, I think. There it is. Ran over a little bit, but we're good. Now, where is the crotchety old bitch? There she is. You have no idea how much trouble this coffee took to get. Here's your coffee. You gonna drink it then, asshole? There you go, champ. What the fuck?
Well, hot dang, Missy. You made a cup of coffee. Here's an...
I'm gonna take a drink, 1 second. My fucking cup of coffee. I am gonna wait out the ads. Before we continue, I think. Honestly, it gives me a chance to have like a nice I'm enjoying this game a lot. I didn't expect there to be another chapter to it. I thought it'd leave off like it has and be like, yo, that was an oddly unfinished looking story, but also I would have understood it. But now I'm like, oh, okay, there's a lot more going on. Tell you what, this is a great chance for me to quickly send a message to somebody that I need to send it to. I need to look in this folder. Fucking hell. There we go, I did it. There we go. It's, you remember those, like, little round Carbuncle plushies? I might be getting a custom one of those done someday. Like, once I've done all the redesign stuff, it's gonna be really nice. It's gonna be cute as hell. Yeah, right? I don't know if I've got the picture here of the plushies. 1 second. It's going to be hard to find the picture. I posted the picture of all of the plushies on Blue Sky like ages ago, right? They're these little ball guys. I'm going to see if I can quickly find it in my pictures folder because I don't think I named the file. God, so many fucking memories in this pictures folder. Ah, yes, the cum pizza. Okay. Every so often I get jump scared by that one. Oh god, all the meals I made out of that meal kit, dude. The what? Oh, don't you remember the furry cum pizza? It's fun Googling that one. I think it was in a furry convention. A bunch of people just like ordered a pizza and just came on it. Jury's out on whether anyone actually ate a slice. That's got to add a certain je ne sais quoi to the pizza, right? I can't find the image. I'm sure it's there somewhere. Sounds about right. Yeah, no. Average fucking furry con behavior.
Is it the finest cup I've ever had? Not a chance, but it'll do. Ha! It'll do. Look at that. You got me all drippy and sentimental. All right, fine. You held your end of the things. You get to take one item with you.
You know, I'm obviously taking the fucking tea shop loser.
There. Business settled. Now get out of my hair.
Yo, I got the tea shop loser. Don't call yourself It was Nana that said that she was drippy. And you know what we do with little figures like that? We put it on the shelf. Hi, Fallon. How you doing? We definitely weren't talking about being drippy. Can't believe she broke my fucking cup.
Water, Sparky. Water.
I don't have a shaker. Fuck. Shit, chat. 1 second. I'm gonna go fill a shaker to use as a prop for shaking. Spam me Sparky shakers. It's a follower emote. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Awawa. Happy birthday, Fallon. I hope you get lots of presents. Oh yeah, I need to actually drink. Fuck. What if I give the child coffee? Because I can give the child a drink now. No, let me do it. Let me do it. There we go. I'll give it some of this blend. Now send me $20. I fucking wish. Send me $20, bitch. Reals, we went to a cat cafe. It was a great time. I'm happy for you. Right, where's the child? I'm about to destroy this child. That's a coffee bean, dickhead. Are you hiding? Here you go. Gross tea.
What is it? Just a cup with liquid?
That's what tea is. It's just flavored water.
This sucks. Tea sucks.
Yes, tea sucks.
Can I get a different one?
I worked hard making this one for you. Just drink it.
Nah, I gotta go do stuff. Bye.
Once again, I am thwarted by game design. I think I am destined to never feed this child caffeine. There, one of you have it. There you go. There you go, you little champ. Proud of you, dickhead. I need more cups, dude. I hope you enjoyed your time at Cat Cafe. I've never been to a cat cafe, but I think it would be very cute. Hello, miss. Boro is having yet another of his silly ideas. I'm feeling like the pots inside our shop are looking a bit bare. So I thought to ask you if you'd care to fill them up with some plants. You did such a wonderful job with the job before with the hanging pots. Wouldn't it be lovely to also fit the pots inside?
Sure, I'll try to find some time for it.
Lovely. Any plants should do the trick. I will let you decide which ones. You can just be filling the big stationary pots. No need to fill the smaller ones, unless you really want to. While you are doing that, how about I draw up a little picture for you? Boro is not much of an artist, but it's true. But I am enjoying drawing from time to time. Once you've filled up our shop with lovely plants, come and see me. I will give you whatever I've managed to draw.
Aww, that sounds cute.
Well, I will need one pot, that one, to move the plants around.
Awa, 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 wa, wa, wa.
I guess I can just, like, work on making some plants now while we wait for NPCs to spawn. Fuck it.
I feel like that's a good use of my time.
So the way to do this is I'm gonna get all of the seeds I can from this. So, like, I get maximum value out of it. And then I'm just gonna pot it. Here we go, that should be all of them. And then we grab the pot. Boom. Just like that. That easy. It really is that simple, chat. Gardening, such a simple concept. You are going in there. That is perfect. Actually pristine.
And what?
I'm tempted to deplete these, store the fruit somewhere, and put these down. Fuck it, why not?
My life is free right now. I'm happy. I'm vibing.
Chat, this morning, I woke up, I did not know what to do with myself at all. I tried playing RuneScape, I did one Slayer task of like 300 something Soul Devourers, and then I got sad because I'm never gonna get the drop for this task. And I decided that, you know what, I'm good. I'm good, I'm too tired for this shit. Okay, that's good. What? I tried very hard. I did my farm run at least. I was a good Carby. I've done my chores. That belongs there. But I don't know, man. I think I might be going through another burnout phase on RuneScape. It's funny how those happen when I get bullshit tasks. It's almost like I have a very low tolerance for bullshit. I think you're good. Yeah, you're good. Yes, dickhead, I'm gardening. What do you want? Attention or something? There's no NPCs that need me. Which is odd pacing.
Usually there's something around that needs my attention, but no, I'm free to vibe. That's kind of a liberating feeling. Right, I think this one's depleted, yeah. So, this is a large plant. So, I've got to go looking for shrink shrooms. So I guess that's what I'll do. I'll collect some more tea leaves as well. Ow, wah, 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 wah. Ow, wah, wah. Ow, wah. Ow, wah, wah. I don't need more coffee. Which of these are shrink shrooms again? That's huge shroom. And just plant that back in the ground. Shrink shroom, it's the blue capped ones. Gotcha. Yo, who wants to pick random shrooms up in the forest? Why are you this cute? I'm a product of my environment. It makes me happy to act like this. I like allying. What do you mean? I'm just in a good mood and I'm happy. Aw, thank you. No, my fucking expressions aren't working. Hello? Why aren't my expressions working, dude? Do I have to tab out to blush? No, we're just straight not working. Huh? I was pressing the wrong button, chat. God fucking damn it. Ow. The game has decided that the A button is no longer an input. Hello? No, it is now. It's only an input from a specific angle. Gotcha. I understand now, game. Thank you. So flustered they can't even remember the keybind. I swear to God it changed on me. Like, I remember setting it to that keybind, but then for the longest time, it never actually changed. And now it's suddenly the keybind it was meant to be. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. You know what? I've got enough of those. I need more tea. Oh, no, I don't. I'm a liar. I'll be picking this back up. Can't believe this. Chat, I've misled you all. I'm a lying bitch. I hope you will forgive me. Though before I do anything, I'm gonna clean these leaves up. I'm gonna buy your house. I'm gonna buy your house. Yeah. Cool, seed. Okay, fine. I guess we're just doing chores now. The thing is, the reason I'm happy to do the leaves is because... What the fuck are you? It's a snail! The mushroom can wait. It's a little snail plushie. Is that a drawing of Boro? Ah! That's so cute. Will you do this? Do you do this? That's so fucking cute. Now what? It goes on the plushie shelf. Now I need to find that mushroom again. I mean, I kind of don't, but also I do. Yeah. No, I lost it, chat. It's gone. And I can't be asked to search for it. Because it really ain't that deep, bro. I can find more. Now I need to remember which plant I need to... This one, I think. We can test by seeing if we can... Okay, we can't water it. We're good. Why do I just have a random fucking teacup?
I'm gonna go sort this out. The ADHD is kicking in, chat. It's over for me. We go. This is like one of the coziest games you'll ever play. It's not like fake cozy like Stardew Valley, which stresses you out with timers. This really is just, you do things at your pace, and then sometimes you feel emotions and cry a little bit. Ow. Ow. Check it, chat. Boom. Small plant. And now I can pick it up in a pot. Where does this one go? I feel like it doesn't really match with the two by the window. Let's try upstairs. Reminds me a little of Slime Rancher in style. That game can be... I fell out with the first Slime Rancher game after sinking many hours into it, and then despite all of the protections in the world, like, slimes that could not have broken out, broke out, and everything was gone. I stopped playing. That made me very sad. I've got Slime Rancher too, but like, there's a certain point in the game where you reach a state of flow where it just sort of clicks. I'm not there yet, and it is a slog to get to that point where it's unabashedly fun and you're not worrying about the economy all the time. If I could, like, skip the point where I'm worried about the economy, you know, and not have to deal with real life issues like that, then I'd be having fun with the game. Unfortunately, it doesn't, I don't want to say it doesn't respect my time, because that's, you know, a little up my own ass to say. I feel like it wants me to play along with a game that I didn't sign up to play. Like, it blindsided me and went, hi, you're now playing Stock Market Simulator. Have fun. Not quite like that, but you know what I mean. You know what? Having a little fruit display like this is so nice. This can, like... I'll put this somewhere else. I'll fucking... You go there. I've forgotten how... Oh, that's how I access my inventory. Got it. Cheers, game. So, hi, chat. I've got a really bad memory. I'll keep these. I will clean that dirty coffee bean. Look at you. Dirty. Dirty little fiend. Look at you, you fucking dirty little coffee bean. Wow. You got things to take care of, should be around still? Okay, I hope you enjoy your look, and I hope those things get done, and I hope they're not too stressful. Grandma, you can wait. This plant's gonna look so fucking wonderful. No, we're good, okay. I have left an offering to the plant. I need more shrink shrooms. Yes. I want you. Dude, I need to play Minecraft again. There's a mod pack that I really like called DDSS. It is a brick wall to get into, but again, just like Slime Rancher, there is a point in the game where you reach where it's just fun. But you've got to get there. And that's the problem. I don't want to have to work to have fun. I want to have fun. That's why I'm playing a video game. oh, what the fuck? The reward loop can be work if the work itself is fun. Looking at you, World of Warcraft's profession system, and how it isn't. But the reward system's there. Looking at you, RuneScape's minigames, which are definitely more work than fun, because I didn't sign up to RuneScape to play minigame. I signed up to RuneScape to play RuneScape. Now, I understand that minigames in RuneScape are an artifact of the times where if you were playing RuneScape, it was more of a social hub because that's how MMOs were back then. That is a cool shiny rock, by the way. But at the same time, they have taken content out of that game before because it doesn't meet modern sensibilities or people didn't like them. So maybe it's time to redistribute some of those rewards, guys. I don't want to AFK in Castle Wars, and I don't want to deal with PvP players. Can we maybe, you know, Barbarian Assault? Nobody does it in RS3 anymore. Name a minigame, it doesn't get played anymore unless it's on Spotlight. God, one of the main reasons I'm not looking forward to playing Old School RuneScape again is because Barbarian Assault exists in the game, and I want to finish everything, and unfortunately, that is included in everything. I don't enjoy Barbarian Assault that much. It was fun to play up the bit while I was learning, but I don't know, man. Oh my lord, these thorns. Anna, can you sort your thorns out, please? I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit cynical. What are you? That sure is a trinket. It really do be a trinket, dude. Ow-wah, 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 ow-wah. But, like, then there's the AFK work, which, again, RuneScape. I like the AFK work because I can set that off, right? Like, fishing a shitload of Karambwans. I can just sit and do that. That's fine. That's, dare I say, kind of therapeutic. That is a whole fucking geode, by the way.
Pikachu.
Ow-wah. Spam me Sparky Shakers, it's a follow remote. How you doing, Katie? Yeah, no, I definitely fuck with, like, fishing in RuneScape. The fishing spots seem to last just long enough, and also Karambwan spots are forever. I don't remember where the door is. There it is. Certainly one of them. Wait, I thought I picked up a fucking geode. Hello? Apparently not. It is a... Hello, miss. Is there something I can be assisting you with? No, fuck off. Please, respectfully, I'm busy interior designing. You wouldn't understand. Why can't I place it down anymore? Let me put it down. It was working fine before. I just picked it up because I was like... Huh? Right, pick you up. Is this just off limits now? What the fuck? This object is cursed. Let me put it on the... Let me put it on the table, dickhead. Well, I guess I've ruined this item for myself. I will instead, cry about it. Oh no, fireplace could do with a little bit more heat. Let's put the candle down there. I have found another photo location. Do I have a photo? No, but I have funny stone elephant. What was I doing earlier? I think is a more real question. I think I was making shrunk down plants, wasn't I? Yeah. I really have fully ADHD'd out of this. Right, I need to pick up the things. There we go. Yeah. Because what I needed to do was fill my inventory more. I am going to be a bitch about this. I'll just put T-balls down here. I've just fucking... I'm leaning my arm on this hard-ass armrest, by the way. Whose arm is resting upon this armrest? Not mine. Ow. Elbow is like, oh no, I hurt now. It's like, oh, okay, thank you. Cool. My favorite gender is my arm hurts. I don't remember what I was doing, Chad. I guess more fruit. I can talk to Grandma later. I'm actually kind of just vibing. Oh, hi, my gender is leg hurts. Together, we're almost a whole hurty body. Let's go, dude. Anybody want to be the torso in our fucking anatomy lesson? I guess? Question mark. My elbow. No, stop hurting, please. You're right, Burrow. You know what? Burrow was onto something. This is looking nice. Burrow might be a bit of a bitch sometimes, but Burrow is also fine taste in architectural design. Which was definitely not what I meant to say. It's interior design, dickhead. I think I may have bruised my elbow. In, like, the worst possible place. Which is cool for me, I guess. Real happy about that. I guess I'll just be in pain. Is that all I could get from you? Yes, mystery bruises. Oh, dude, every night before I sleep, I check my legs because there is always a new wound. A couple nights ago, I had a new wound. Just blood stains to do with a cut I didn't realize I had. Very cool. Thank you, legs. That's thumbs up for that one, bestie. Real glad we're dealing with mystery blood loss. Is your body as fucking apparently? Apparently Lulu has a type. This is the most fragile Among Us. Chat, I said Among Us, please laugh. I hear... Oh, okay, it's just the music thing. Well, there's a type and it's people with EDF. What is EDS? I know what EDF is, and it's a fucking great game. Oh, more plant pots. Is there another plant pot? Ella's Danlos syndrome? You're gonna hate me. Aha. Wait a second, hold up. You're gonna hate me, I've got no idea what that is. I'm sorry. I think for me, it might just be that my legs are always moving because I just do not fucking... I can't sit still. I'm always shifting around. And the space underneath my desk is not the widest range. And it is an aged
desk, and it's made of wood. So I'm probably collecting scratches from there. Let me tell you, this desk has lasted me pretty much all the time I've lived here, which is like 10 years. It is a great desk. It is probably taking its toll on me. That's what I imagine it is anyway, and that makes me feel better about life. Hypermobility from hell, extremely fragile body, bad joint pain, mystery bruises from nowhere, dizzy from standing up. Ah, right. I get you. Yeah, thankfully, I don't think I'm quite that rough. Most of my problems are a little bit self-inflicted. You know, depression and drug use kind of do that to a person. And if you're worried, I'm far off of the drugs, like, by years. Awful time in my life. One of the building blocks of the body has a bad blueprint for genetics. Ah, right. Burrow, when will enough be enough? Are we thinking the outside ones as well? Yeah, there's some outside ones. Oh gosh, golly gee. This is going to be a project. Nah, gosh, I am so far off of those drugs. Real fucking bad time to be me. Wah. No, that's a teacup, dickhead. Ah, wah, wah, ah, wah, wah, wah. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Perfect harmony, dude. Oh, it's an elastic band ball. I got it. I got that thing again. Very cool. Thank you, video game. I'll be putting that there. No, just the tables are broken now. Cool game. Thanks. I can't believe I broke the game, chat. Just by playing it. Go on, I'll actually progress the story a bit.
Hey, you there, come here.
Hello, customer of Wanderstop. How may I help you today?
Oh, cut the crap, I don't need your sass. Look over there. The child, the one behaving like a little gremlin. Where are its parents?
I honestly don't know, but I asked, but she wouldn't tell me.
Kids off the leash, running around, causing havoc. Don't like it. That's it. That's all I had to say. Now get out of here.
Bye, Nana.
Wait, don't leave.
Yes?
Coffee. I need another coffee. The old girl's running dry here.
Will you give me another item from your shop if I do?
Another item? Come on, don't tell me you're just barging right into negotiations like that. Hasn't anybody ever taught you to haggle? This is basic stuff, kid. In fact, here it is. Professor Currency's Guide to Economics, Volume 6, covers haggling front to back. Study up, then do me a favor and don't waste any time from now on. Oh, and bring me that coffee. You bring me a coffee and maybe we'll assess the trading other item situation. Maybe. Possibly. I promise nothing. Last coffee you brought me was a little weak. Let's kick this one up a notch. You're going to make a batch with 3 beans this time and pour it into a cup. Then make a second batch of warm water with whaling, 1 more coffee bean, and then... Actually, get the helium out of there. I hate vanilla. Got no idea what was I...
What I was thinking.
Just put some cinnamon in there instead, you hear? Needs a bit of a kick. Then pour that baby on top of the 3-bean coffee. You got all that? Sheesh, I ought to make the damn thing myself. You're lucky I'm so busy tending this stall. Well, stop talking to me. Get the heck to it.
Bitch. If I remember, these are actually funny as fuck. Welcome back, reader, to the thrilling world of economics. If you read each volume of my book series up till now, you should already be comfortable with such topics as inflation, scarcity, counterfeit dollar bills, the scremular effect, imaginary taxes versus actual taxes, and all 7 methods of exporting dairy. In this volume, however, we will be focusing on one single topic: haggling. Haggling is the great paradox of economics. If everything has a price, why should the price change via negotiation? In this sense, haggling is some sort of economic black magic, a forbidden act to be called upon only in the most dire of circumstances. In some countries, excessive use of haggling can lead to drastic prison sentence. Of course, a person skilled in haggling can quite easily reduce this prison sentence down to practically nothing. When is it appropriate to haggle? There are 3 generally accepted circumstances in which price negotiation is called for. First, when a vendor has used cosmic witch energy to artificially raise the price of a product. Witches are widely known for being disdainful of the basic tenets of capitalism and will therefore lend their powers to unscrupulous vendors in an effort to offset the market. Second, it is acceptable to haggle on behalf of a small orphan child who's sickly, ill, and only has a single coin to his name, who hands you the coin and coughs pitifully, asking if you'll please help him buy a loaf of bread for himself and his sister. And he knows that a single coin isn't enough for bread, but won't you please see if you can somehow negotiate the price down? And finally, it is acceptable to barter within a government-approved 12-foot by 12-foot haggle zone, if properly sanitized. Okay, dude. Thirsty. How choking on drink because it went down the wrong hole. How does one go about haggling? For many centuries, the most common way to initiate a negotiation was by declaring the code phrase, "Good gravy with spices, let's haggle these prices." Which would then be responded in the affirmative with, "I'm ready, I'm willing, I'll fight for each shilling." However, starting in the plated era, customs began to shift in form of more physically confrontational methods, such as haggle slapping. Over time, haggle slapping waned in popularity due to government regulation, and a more formalized combat handshake took its place. You are, of course, welcome to use a combination of these methods depending on local customs. So, let's say the pre-haggling rites have been completed and the negotiation itself has begun. Now what? It's time to remember the number 1 rule of haggling. Always reject the first offer. It makes no difference what the content of the first offer is, even if you've been offered everything you're seeking plus another 25% on top. You turn it down. Be sure to couch your rejection in a pithy, condescending remark like, "Haha, okay, we've gotten all the pathetic joke offers out of our system. Let's get out of business." The reason for this is simple. Haggling is all about establishing dominance. The person with the most confidence is always the one who wins the haggle, regardless of what the actual terms of the deal end up being. And the most important aspect of confidence is knowing that you could walk away at any time, for any reason. You must be willing to burn everything you cherish to the ground at the drop of a hat, simply to spite someone who's slightly more arrogant than you. For this reason, after you reject the first offer and your opponent makes a counter-offer, the sensible thing to do is strongly consider rejecting this second offer as well, regardless of the details. Many business people will flip a coin to decide whether to even consider the second offer or reject it outright. Of course, coin flips are well known for their better than average odds, so you may wish to instead roll a series of weighted dice to create a higher likelihood of turning the offer down. Huh? If you made it to the third offer, well done. You are now entering the vaunted Master's Inner Circle of haggling. If up until this point the negotiation has been like a game of checkers, from here it becomes more like a game of 8-dimensional underwater chess, played both forwards and backwards, in a time entirely within the mind of a genius 12-year-old who's simultaneously crushing the world's leading chess champion in a real-life chess game on top of a mountain. At this point, there are no hard and fast rules of haggling. You will only succeed on a combination of instinct, experience, and brutal intimidation. If there is one rule you remember, it should be this.
Always be willing to walk away. If at any time, for any reason, if your opponent comments on how fair and equitable this deal is, consider walking away to simply demonstrate superiority. If you mention how hard times have been for him and what an incredible blessing this deal will be to help his family get back on their feet, you should walk away simply to test the legitimacy of his I have a family story. And if he ever shows you pictures of his family, immediately excuse yourself so that you can report him to the police for family-based fraud. Family-based fraud is the most morally detrimental to society and all crimes committed by man. This degenerate will spend the rest of his life behind bars. I like these books, dude. Yo, grats to the winner of the Battle Royale. I'm not gonna call your name out because I don't call out lookers. With this information, you should now have a firm grasp of the ins and outs of haggling. Continue to study and apply yourself through practice, and a complete mastery of price negotiation will be close at hand. I'll see you at the next volume of Professor Currency's Guide to Economics, where we'll review over 150 ways of identifying a family-based fraudster. Just by the look in his eyes, I love that the last page has a single word on it. That is peak. That is good use of screen space. I respect it. I'm gonna go put that in the library. Dude, it is a surprise that I don't wear my voice out on these streams. I just get dumber and start saying words wrong more. Lovingly. Yeah, it's a full library now. Let's go. Right, let us collect some coffee beans. I also need to grab some shrink shrooms while I'm out. Ow-wah. 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 Ow-wah-wah. Ow-wah. Ow-wah. We got one. We got a shrink shroom as well. We got another coffee bean. Ow-wah-wah-wah-wah. I don't know. On the RuneScape call, again, like, if I could get a group of friends to just grind out Barber Salt with me and just clear that log, maybe I'd be willing to play that more. And maybe Pest Control as well. Because Pest Control is probably not that fun. Then again, Pest Control is a little less dependent on me doing well. BA just has that pressure to it. And like, I know that if I fuck up once, some weirdo in chat is going to type ... at me, and I'm gonna get real scared and intimidated. Ooh, ooh. And I actually will, because that shit makes me anxious as fuck. Like, oh no, I've upset someone. I don't want to upset people. I'm sorry for wasting your time in this video game. Consider getting a second job if you think your time is so valuable. Ow wah wah, ow wah wah, ow wah wah, ow wah. Does anybody remember Palia? What a fucking promising game that was. And then they went very few places with it. Decided time-limited events was a great idea for their early access game. Continued to go nowhere with it. Decided that the only cosmetics should be paid cosmetics. Continued to go nowhere with it. Vaguely heard of it? It was a amazing first couple weeks. I played the fuck out of that game before I realized they fucked it. Palia. P-A-L-I-A. I really enjoyed playing that game. Unfortunately, they dropped every ball known to man, in my opinion. I think it's I root it from the word paleontology. I don't know why, because I don't think paleontology is even slightly involved. We go. You know what? We'll put it to the station. Oh yeah, that's some good shit. Oh yeah. I apologize, chat. I needed a dance break. Like, I liked fishing in it. That was my favorite thing. And I really liked the idea of the nodes that until a certain point, you couldn't really do solo. You had to have other people, and then, of course, you could outgear it, and it was like, you kind of shot yourself in the foot on that one, guys, with the game design. Oh, no. Oh, no. Here we go. What I want to do here is grab... Where the fuck is that? I swear to God, for almost every interaction with my inventory, I will cycle every menu. Right, okay, time to make this beast of a drink. I need a fruit that I don't already have. I want whaling again, so I think that is the pink one. No, that's an Azzy fruit, you dumb bitch. That is a prison pepper. What is wrong with you? That is a sweet melium. Dear Christ. Where the fuck is my whaling tree? Make no mistake, I know I have one. Do I just have to make another one? Because I've lost it. Pumpkin. Yo, it's a cup. Let's go, dude. Another stinky cup. Kind of left these leaves to go a little bit, huh? There we go. What the fuck are you? You're just a giant guy. You can go on there. You're a little investigatory thing. I don't even know what words I was trying to say there. Wah 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 wah. Okay, I've done a full circuit. There is no whaling tree. The whaling fruit was in my inventory all along. I'm a fucking dumb bitch. All right. I need something with a cinnamon taste. Gotcha. Mint. Origins of the planet itself. Lavender. Impossible to quiet place. Full-bodied. Burning sensation in the feet. Make your best friend. Sweet and sugary. Potent taste. Rich with cinnamon. Pale melon. We are looking at pink surrounded by yellow. I know what the seed thing is. Why did my Wawa? I'm okay, chat. I don't get angry at games at all. Nope, no sir. I am cool and collected. I am a cool, collected gaming cobby. I don't... Let me live my life. I will be coming back for that plant. Mark my words. Let's put that in there. Let's put that in there. Ah, what? Now, the first thing... Alright, brew hot water with 3 coffee beans. Pour it in a cup. Gotcha. This bitch wants to feel something. This bitch wants to see God. And I respect it. No, I need awa. There we go. Ah, wah, 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 ah, wah, 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 ah, wah, 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 wah. Two and 3. God, I can smell that. I am sat here and I can smell that. That is a roast. A little bit more of that, I think. I want to be able to see the surface. There you go. And then we grab it, we put it on the anti-Lulu shelf. Like so. Which is now and forever what it will be called. We drain this shit off. We hope my hypothesis is correct, which I believe it is. And we start brewing again. Ow, what? I like this repetitive process. It's kind of cool. Like, at first I saw it as just busy work, but... And I suppose it is. But there are little bits of variation in everything you do. And I think that's okay. So, 1 coffee bean, a whaling fruit, and a pale melon. We go to the funny shelf. We acquire it. Bawa. Absolutely rancid, love it. Where is she? There she is. Same place as ever. Here you go. Time for it to take 5 years over actually drinking it. Bitch.
Yep, you did it. To your credit, I'll say this. You brought me 2 cups of coffee now.
Can you even attempt a compliment?
Hey, it's just a fact. I only speak in cold, objective truths. If the truth hurts, that's a you thing, not a me thing. Still, you did bring me a second coffee. Fine, take something else in my hands, but only 1.
Those are some nice pictures, but I kind of fuck with the cup.
Say, that kid over there, the ones whose parents are a mystery. What's her deal? What's she doing around here?
No idea. She's just been running around, drawing on the walls, asking me questions.
She calls herself Monster, but I don't know if that's a real name.
Now listen to me. Kid like that running around unsupervised, it's no good. Kids don't just automatically become healthy, well-rounded people like me. It takes work. They need coaching. They need direction. You hear what I'm saying? What have you done for the kid, eh? What kind of direction are you giving her?
I'm, giving her oh, no. I'm proudly letting her draw on the walls.
That's your idea of proper role modeling? Listen up here. You're gonna ruin that kid with your hippie delusions. Gonna run her right into the ground. Forget about this ad hoc art class you're letting her host. Try giving her even an inkling of direction. You think a kid like that just figured this all out on her own? Hell no!
Maybe you should look after her.
Ha! Good deflection. Almost made me forget I'm contributing something to society. I've got services to provide, meanwhile you're stumbling around and spilling tea down your socks. Besides, you're the only person here that kid will probably listen to. That's the truth. So don't screw her up with your nonsense. All right, now get out of here. Your nanobuckless vibes are wrecking my intended atmosphere.
Bye, Nana. She's such a bitch. I love her, though. I think she might be one of the best characters in the game. She's basically the antagonist. If there ever was one. Oh, you know what? An ad break starts in 30 seconds. And I am very ready for a snack break. How about that, chap? Y'all ready for a little snacky snack? I think I'm ready for a little snacky snack. I'll check my DMs real quick. Before I do, I know I'm an awful streamer.
And what?
I'm actually kind of glad that this game's not ending right away, so I don't have to play a filler game. Yo, so here's the thing where we play the when will Twitch actually run the ad game? Because it said it should be running the ad, but guess what it isn't fucking doing? It's not running the ad, chat. Ah, fuck it. You know what? I'm gonna go be right back, and it'll run when it runs.
What?
Refresh your drinks, refresh your snacks, refresh yourselves. Oh, Chatteroni. Oh, Chatterbait.
What? Wah 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 wah. Wah wah wah.
Wah, 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 wah. That is the wrong controller. That is my Switch controller. This is my Xbox controller. There we go.
Hey, I got a question. If I find a thing and nobody else is using it, that means it's mine, right? Do I get to keep it?
What exactly did you find?
Come here, I'll show you.
She found a thing, chat. What did she find? I'm worried. Did she find a dead body? Wait, why are you going this way, dickhead? You could have just... Okay, that's fine.
Wah 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 wah.
That's a lot of thorns. Yo, Anna, again with the thorns, please sort this out. Oh, she's talking about the... There's no way. If the game is objectively pointing me at the sword, this might be the end, chat.
Look, it's a cool sword. I found it, so I get to keep it, right?
Well, that's actually my sword, so it already belongs to me.
Huh, if it's yours, why was it sitting over here?
Oh, well, it's a really strange reason. I don't know how to explain it.
Tell me.
Well, I used to be a fighter. This was the sword I used in combat.
You were a fighter?
Yep, 8 years professionally.
Whoa, that's so cool. Where'd your sword come from? How'd you get it?
I had it made for me by one of the truly great blacksmiths where I lived. I gave her endless instructions and specifications for how it should feel and what it should look like. When I held the finished work, I knew beyond a doubt that it would help me become a champion. Endless days I trained with only this sword, over and over, learning its every subtlety. Years of practice, hundreds of fights, all using this sword. By the end, I felt complete and total mastery with it. This sword was made for me. I shaped myself around it.
Have you ever killed a person in a fight?
I don't want to talk about that.
But I want to know. I want to know everything about fighting. Is it fun to be in a real fight? Does it make you feel super, super cool?
Monster, I don't do all of this because it's cool or fun.
Really? So why do you do it?
Because you grow the most when you're facing danger. Everyone's afraid of something, but you don't have to let fear control you. When you're in danger, when your life is threatened, that's when you learn the real nature of fear in your heart. You see it with crystal clarity. It pierces your mind like a diamond. That's what I feel every time I step into combat. My fears rush to the surface and present themselves. They're exposed. They've got no protection, and that's when I conquer them.
Ah!
What? What's that look?
You are the coolest person ever!
Really? I thought you said I was stupid and old.
Yeah, that's because I didn't know you could fight. But now I know you're a fighter, a real one. That's so cool.
Finally, a child's approval.
Oh man, Jackie No Name would freak out if he knew I was hanging out with you. Let me have more tea. I want more tea.
To drink or to abandon?
Yeah!
Listen, if you want tea, you should request a specific kind. What's your favorite taste or your favorite thing to eat?
Sometimes I eat dirt, but not because I wanna. Just because it makes Annabeth so mad, which I like. What else? Cereal. Commander Christmas is my favorite. I eat it every time I'm staying at Tessa's place. Tessa's mom is cool because she actually lets me eat sugary cereal. Cereal sucks if it doesn't have lots of sugar in it. That's what Commander Crispy says.
Okay, so things that you eat include breakfast cereal, sugar, and dirt.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, I'm going to make you a cup of tea, and this time you're going to actually drink it. I guess I'm making the child a responsible cup of tea. I know for a fact I'm going to have to fall onto vague concepts for this. Also, what crazy fucking marketing is that? Oh yeah, the mascot says non-sugary cereal fucking sucks. Okay, dude. Gotcha. I'm on board, I guess, question mark. Bye-bye, piss water. Essence of Kami. Right then, we need to look at exactly what we need. So breakfast cereal first. The Sparky fluid. It's the gender fluid. Something, manual, those is wrong new, not to infuriate some, quiet place, some has lavender, fully sweet nutted, fully bodied, day you first met your best friend, tart, sickly, and high in caffeine. We know we'll need whistleberries. Potent taste, rich with cinnamon, completely tasteless, time of innocence. Loads of ginger, favorite flavor of ice cream, physical pain, citrus, milk, and whatever you frequently ate for a bit. So we need snow cones. We'll do snow cones first. That's all yellows.
And what? And what? And what? And what?
We go. Now what do we need? We need sugar. And to infuriate some bright and tangy with this lavender, but it's a milk. Oh yeah, whistleberry. So pink surrounded by blue, yellow, and I think we've also discovered pink surrounded by green before, haven't we? Blue, pink, yellow. Okay, yes. So blue, pink, and yellow. So we need it with green. But how do you get a dirt taste in there? I guess you throw an empty plant pot in there? Because that's just all dirt, baby. Let me just make sure this is right. Yeah, that's whistleberry. Let me check my guide, because maybe there's something else that tastes like dirt, question mark. Biteberry is tasteless, but I don't think dirt's tasteless, right? Favorite flavor of ice cream? I'm probably not dirt. Wait, maybe it's the nature one. Fruit of regrets. Eating tastes like apricots. Hints of vanilla. Doesn't have been ultimate probably get names. It's a savory treat, rich and chocolatey. Wait, wasn't there one that was like the essence of tastes like the origins of the planet itself? I think we do Puff Pod. The origins of the planet itself. From dirt we came, dude. Fuck it. Blue surrounded by pink. That's how I'm choosing to, to interpret, that's the word I was going for. See, I can be smart occasionally. Only occasionally, though, then my brain get hurt. As there's a cooldown period, I'm being smart. You won't understand. I'm alone in this struggle of being the smartest cubby in the room. We go. That is a pretty ass plant. Holy shit. Wah wah, wah wah, wah wah, wah wah, wah wah. And we fill the bong. Which Cuddler swears isn't a bong, but it's a bong. 100%. Wah, 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 wah. I see an exclamation mark there. It's probably borrow, right? No, I don't have any T-balls in my inventory. Let me go grab one. It is not borrow, by the way. Who the fuck are you? Huh, okay. I will greet them later. I am busy. I want balls in my mouth. There we go. What? Okay, so we put the puff pot in there. What? We put the whistleberry in there. What? Snow cone. What? Good God, that looks poisonous. I can't wait to feed it to a child. Yeah, all the cups are accounted for. I will give you it in the retro cup. It looks like blueberry ice cream. Bruh, what fucking blueberries are you eating? There are hints of... There's pink lemonade in there. There's orange. It's a bit too blue to be calm. But it's definitely not blueberry. It reminds me of an ice cream from my youth. Fair enough. I'd probably try it, but like only a small amount because I'm scared of dying. Like it definitely looks like something a child would eat. This would fuck a child up. You are fucking terrifying, lady. What magical girl anime did you come from? She was just watching me. I need to leave. I need to leave. I'm good. Thank you. I also don't know what voice I'd give her. I'm kind of out of femme voices. I've used all of my femme voices on this game. Unless we want to go out of left field and do the Valley Girl. I haven't used Valley Girl yet. Here's the tea you asked for. Can I have a different one? No, drink it. Okay. Careful, that's fucking boiling, dude. What do you think? Whoa, it tastes just like Commander Crispies. How'd you do that? Magic. No way, magic's for nerds. Maybe tea doesn't suck if it tastes like Commander Crispies. If it does taste like dirt, but that's okay. I never really like eating dirt anyway. Oh, hey, there's something I need to ask you. Do you think you could be like a lion in a fight? Drink the boiling water. Definitely. Yeah, I think so too. How about a whale? Could you beat a blue whale? That's, definitely.
Good, that's what I thought. I just wanted to check. Which would you rather fight, a lion or a whale?
Why not both?
Oh, yeah, I want to do that too. I'd stuff the lion right in the whale's blowhole. Could you beat a guy if he had a sword but all you had was a toothbrush? Could you still kill him?
Monster, combat isn't just about what type of weapon you have. Combat is about control. Control is physical, but it's also mental. Control is knowing what your opponent thinks, what he fears. If I know exactly what my opponent wants, what he's scared of, I can win every time. That's how I became a champion. I made sure nobody could control me. Yeah, well, how's that working out for you, bestie?
Whoa! This is so cool. I'm learning way more than I ever did in school.
Stay in school.
No way. I'm not gonna let school control me.
Based kid? Based kid? Actually the most based kid. She's fucking adorable. Do we just lock in on the Valley Girl accent? No, we don't. What the fuck is this? What? I don't know. I can't do that kind of accent. Hi, me love. Kindness here. Welcome into your most begotten traveling types, yes? I don't think there's a typo here. Yeah, sure, hello. Hello, Tears, well, my love. Kindness for you, where you gone, muchly? Oh, yours. Oh, Irosh. Yo, isn't that a character in Avatar, dude? And this is Wanderstop. It's a tea shop. So it's true. Well, be lovely, Tears. Indeed, well, much is rest to be needed. Tells me, what kind manner of tea is it you serves like? There are lots of types. Tell me what you want, and I'll try and find it. Oh, what I want? 'Tis the lovely suite of sentiments, yes? Pleasant. Pleasant? If you carry it, my love. Iron Brew. Iron Brew! She's Scottish. She's Scottish. Immediately locked in. Ah, sus, the goddess herself do love it. Love it the most. Yes, finally made. Would be so of ya. A cup for myself. How do you make iron brew? Dreams, no? Dreams, pun brews and such like. Hadn't she made well, dear? Hadn't she made well to do? What the fuck is any of this? Hang on, I'm gonna go talk to Borrow. He might have some idea of what you're talking about. Yo, Borrow, can you fucking decipher this one? Hey, there's a Scottish person here, help. Hey, there's a customer over here saying some things that are difficult to understand. She mentioned Aeon Brew. Do you know what that is? My heavens, Borrow has not received a request for Aeon Brew in many ages. This is one of the older drinks used in ceremonies from long ago. Our new friend must be from Old Aeon. What a treat! Borrow was very fortunate to be attending a ceremony in Old Aeon some years ago now, if you are believing it. Just, what was the ceremony like? Goodness, it was immensely confusing. Borrow has never been so overwhelmed. Many dozens of people, and everybody is singing or doing a dance of some kind. Yet every dance and song is completely different. Was it all being improvised? I couldn't say. Then they would stop and be starting again, all in perfect unison with one another, over and over. For hours like this it went on. Truly, the endurance needed was quite beyond my comprehension.
I'll be honest, Boro found it difficult to know what to pay attention to with so much happening. Yet for all my bewilderment, it was truly a unique experience. Unforgettable in every way. Oh, but the Aeon Brew, we must be making some. There are several steps. Oh, fuck my ass. There are several steps we must be following first. Monster wishes to speak. You can't see Monster. But Monster wishes to speak. First, use only cold water. We must be infusing the cold water with these ingredients in order. First, a dupe shroom. Second, a vapor sprout. I'm losing the accent, by the way. Third, you must color swap a puff pop using two shrooms. Where am I going with this? Boro, add one of these colorful puff pods to the infuser. Fourth, toss in a blue loop. After all of this, you add the T-ball. Then you must let the ingredients sit for 1 full minute. Then finally, after a minute, one more T-ball into the mix. Nothing else, just those ingredients. I'm losing the accent, dude. All taken together, this should be making the Aeon Brew. If Boro's memory is serving correctly, that is. Memory is not my strongest suit. Not like bowling. Much better at bowling. I hope this is helping. Let me go make this tea before I get distracted by something trivial. Very good. I hope our new friend enjoys the Aeon Brew. Kid, you can wait. This is a process, dude. Right, what I'm gonna do... I'm going to... Oh my god, I have so many shrooms, dude. I'm gonna put the pumpkin away. Table is still lost to me. Hi, friend. Yeah, the tables are dead. I've lost them. Yeah. Right. Empty my fruit out. She's right behind me. Dude, I am paranoid. What I need first is dupe shroom, which I feel like I have one. I have a dupe shroom. Vapor sprout, which... So, which one are you? I think it's you. No, you're a Palmelon. Fuck. That's also not. I think you might be. That's a whaling fruit. That's an Azzy fruit. What about you? That's a prison pepper. Dickhead. None of these. Vapor sprout. Have I... Am I okay, Chad? Are one of you Vapor? Vapor wheat. None of you look wheat-like. Alright, blue surrounded by green it is. I'm sure I've grown that. Or it sort of blends in eventually, really, doesn't it? And what? And what? And what? Yeah, no. Completely different. I will take the L on that one. What next? Color swapped puff pod. Now, I think I have a puff pod here. Puff pod fern. Origins of the planet itself, which is this one, yeah? No, I don't think it is. It might be this. Yeah, it's this one. I can huge shroom that as it is right now. So let me go do that. Ah wah wah wah, ah wah wah wah, ah wah wah wah, ah wah wah wah, ah wah wah. So it's these ones we need. Ah wah wah wah, ah wah wah. Hey Lulu, how you doing? You get all the things you needed to do? We're making Iron Brew. Sorry, Aeon Brew. It's the gay little snoodle. Emphasis on the little.
Yo, props. You did it. I'm proud of you. Right, that is a Q-shifted puff pod. A blue loop. That is a completely different hybrid. By berry, snot cones, blue loops. Green surrounded by blue. Phasey, itsy bitsy, little small little pickup in my pocket. Little pickup, put in my pocket. I have already forgotten what I'm doing. Blue, right. I love that this is gonna just stay in the mod. We go. T-ball, wait 1 minute, T-ball. Put me in pocket, I can't fetch you. Yeah. Permanent record. Why am I going up there? All right, let's drain away the swill. Ow, wow, 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 wow. We go. I need two things. I just instinctively tried to deny my tiny status. That just proves you're tiny. I don't know what to say. Right, so cold water. The child still lingers. So we will not be heating up the bong, as it were. Just straight through. Right, so it has to be in order. We put in a dupe shroom first. Vapor sprout. Color swapped puff pod. Blue loop. And a T-ball. I want to drink it, but we gotta wait. That, I mean, look at her and look at that. It is what it needs to be. We wait for a minute. Where is she? Where are you, Scottish dickhead? She's fucked off. Oh, I guess I'll speak to the child. Hey, what's the coolest fight you've ever done? The coolest. I'm gonna have a drink real quick. I beat my own instructor using his favorite weapon. I trained in his school for 2 years, but he hated me. So on the day I graduated, he called me out and told me I was arrogant and unskilled with a sword. He challenged me to a sword duel right there in front of the rest of the students. Whoa, did you kill him? No, but I was able to knock his own sword out of his hand, which ended the fight. He was humiliated. In fact, it was so embarrassing that he made all of us swear on oath to never tell anyone about it. That's so cool! I'm gonna draw a picture of the fight. Make sure your drawing sucks. Yeah, you bet! Oh, what a good kid. I love this kid. I'm such a good influence on that child. I'm sure nothing would go wrong if that child was left under my care. Fuck it, I've decided, even though I don't have all the fruit from these, I'm shrink shrooming them. I need them for decoration. I love that you've adopted a gremlin. Yeah, I have. Her name's Lulu. I need more shrink shrooms.
Aha! Something funny.
Stop throwing things at me. You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
What's important makes
What?
you
Yo, that again? God, I haven't changed those sound bites out in so long. Mostly because it is such a faff to do so. You're right, and that's why I gotta throw things at you. You can't escape the truth. Ow. Awa wa wa awa wa awa wa awa awa wa awa wa awa awa wa. So that is just a whole fucking thing. That is a snow globe, right? Dang. I'll be picking that seed up as well. Awa wa awa wa awa awa wa awa wa awa awa wa awa wa awa awa wa awa wa awa. Where are all the fucking shrink shrooms? Hello? Hello? Dude, have I extincted this entire species of shroom? No, dude. What have I done? No. I can hear all your hours in like anything. Here's Pokemon. Awa, awa, wa. Dude, I love that idea. You love the hours? I'm glad. I could do it for hours. That was a stupid fucking joke. I am not proud of that one. Oh my god. Fucking finally, I found some shrink shrooms, dude. I don't know who this analyst is, but I'm adding them to a list. What kind of list? Anna's sweet. I hope it's a list of cuties. And if it's a list of cuties, you've also got to add Lulu. First up again. What do you mean? Huh? Like, what are you doing against that wall, Cuddler? Explain for the class. He's not going to answer, is he? Oh, he's scared. No, it isn't. That's why I'm asking, dickhead. Right, surely this is ready by now. So I'm going to put the second T-ball in. Put it this way, if it's the insinuation I think it is, you're getting banned. Yeah, the choice is yours, dude. Awa, wa. There we go. This should be good. To get head pats. Thank you. And that better be what you meant. Where is Scotland Forever? Thank you for head pats. I have to fucking voice this character who thankfully is written in such a way that it's not hard to do a slightly faux Scottish accent, but also I still fuck it up. Here you go. Chan, it's been so lovely to brew as such. Like, what the fuck? Hey, on brew, it does some. You're welcome. Welcome indeed, an easy blessing begotten heavy minds. 'Tis brew most me lovely, I call upon her dreams, light begotten light, rest? Huh? Very most grateful for it, love. Bye. Dreams from dreams, my love. Can you never speak to me again? Please? Just you can remain here, just don't speak to me again. I'm good. I fear you. How's business, Nana? Ha, if I told you that, I'd be completely what is wrong with me today? It'd completely eliminate the element of surprise. I'd be a sitting duck. I can see you there waiting for me to slip and reveal something. It won't happen. So, have you studied the economics book I gave you yet? I read the whole thing. Good. Just remember, that's only the very start, the tip of the iceberg. You haven't begun studying economics until your brain is leaking out your ears, literally. Keep hitting the bucks. Don't get flabby on me. I need actual competition out here. Kids today don't know anything about hard work, you hear me? It's all gone to hell. That's why you gotta keep the kid over there out of trouble. Gotta give us some direction. Nana, why do you keep berating me about taking care of Monster? Do you know her from somewhere? What's the deal? No deal to it. I don't know the kid, just, you know, got a feeling, that's all. No, hang on, explain what you mean. Look, I'll tell you something here, but you gotta keep it between us. Deal. I see things, okay? Got a type of vision. Ain't the way like most folks see things. The big fella over there has been helping you out. He sees things too. He's got an eye for what people need. See, the adults are already pulled into the station. We got our ducks in a row. But that kid over there has, well, let's just say she's got a potential. Could go a bunch of different ways. And old Nana happens to have an eye for the ugly ways it could go. You're messing with me. Believe what you want to believe, don't skin off my back. All I'm saying is a person needs direction or things get ugly, and I seen real ugly. And I'm telling you to head it off at the pass. Don't let it go there, whatever there is. That's it. That's all I gotta say on the matter. Alright, look, take something off the counter, an olive branch on account of you helping with the kid. Yo, let's go. I'm getting the big thing. Thanks, Nana. Don't say I don't know nothing for you. Actually, scratch that. Please say I did nothing for you. Last thing I need over here is to be seen as some kind of charity case. Pah! Never again. Yo, I got a pluffin'. It's a little guy. A little fucking coffee gremlin. Dude, can you please not? Because my voice is going. I can feel it. One second, I've got vibes. I want to quickly check something. There we go. Yep, thought so. Nah, we're good. I want. I got sent a DM by Hannah of Lulu in the hand. That's adorable. That's exactly what that looks like as well. I had a little trouble eating. Mm-hmm. There we go. Nice, colorful plant. We'll put that one here. I've kind of given up with specific placement. I need you. Like, there's got to be, like, one more, right? Like, does that one count? Ah, that one definitely. 3. Message was typed out, not sent, and immediate responded to the hand stoodle allocation. You're fucking adorable, oh my god. Oh, do I have to speak to the child?
I did it! I drew a picture of your cool fight. Come on, I'll show you.
Alright, time to look at the picture. I got another achievement for some reason. Holy shit, I fucking threw a lightning bolt at him! Lore accurate! I would throw a lightning-infused sword at someone. You're right.
Look, look! See? It's you being your stupid teacher. He's a jerk, so I drew him getting hit by lightning too. What do you think?
You made me look too cool.
Nah, this is definitely how cool it worked. Trust me.
Hey, girl.
Oh, man. I hope I get to see you fight someday.
Kleenex, you screwed me!
How'd you get so good at fighting? Did you train on a mountain in the snow?
No, I just train the usual way. Hard work, every single day, for years.
Whoa. How'd you force yourself to train every day?
Well, I didn't force myself, I wanted to do it. Morning, how you doing?
You did? You wanted to exercise?
Yeah, I want it to be great. If you want something hard enough, you'll go to any length to achieve it.
Oh. How do you get yourself to want something hard enough?
I don't understand.
Like, if I want something but I only kind of want it, how do I want it more?
Well, I mean, when I say I wanted to be great, it was more like I had, it was like a voice in my head telling me what to do. Or, I mean, later on it felt more like an actual person, I guess, but for a long time it was just a voice. A voice telling me to work hard every day. To never stop. I had to. Didn't have a choice.
Whoa. That's so cool. I want to have a voice in my head like that.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Well, why not?
Months at this voice, I couldn't say no to it. Anything it told me to do, I had to do. And I didn't even realize any of this was happening. I was totally unconscious. By the time I could see it, I'd already done something horrible.
Oh. Well, if I do get a voice like that, I'll just be sure to want to do good things.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, it's probably my best plan yet.
Why do you want a voice like that anyway?
Because I never do anything good. Because I'm kind of stupid. So if I had that voice, I could work super hard to do stuff that's good.
Why is this kid me? Why is this kid me right now? I don't think you're stupid.
Yeah, I am. You just don't know it yet. Someday I'm gonna do good stuff, for sure.
You'll get there if you work at it.
Yeah, I'll try. Maybe.
Well, Thank you for making this drawing of me. It was easy. Drawing cool fights is the best. God, I love that kid. I love that kid. It's a cute kid. That makes me happy. Like, I thought the kid was gonna just be a incorrigible little shit. But no, like, actually the most adorable kid ever. Is this... What is this? What doth my hands hold within their icy grasp? I don't fucking know what I just said. But you get what I mean, right? Yo, the tables work. It is just... Oh, it's like an ant colony. That's cool. I like that. Bruh, nobody wants tea or anything. I guess I'm just gonna keep working on plants, right? I guess I need more shrink shrooms. So I guess that's what I'm gonna do. So the garden cubby, yeah. The thing is, I don't know if the mushrooms disappear and respawn. So I might have to find a way to get rid of them. I don't want to plant them, that's the thing. I don't want them around anymore. I need more shrink shrooms. But if they're here, where are the shrink shrooms gonna spawn? We have a conundrum. A conundrum, if you will. But only if you're as immature as me and find that joke funny. Wait, you will what? Find it funny? Remember, I say words and sometimes I completely forgot what I said, so when you respond, it is a jump scare. That's just the kind of cubby I am. Got called out because I was typing that out when you said it. Yeah. I do that a lot. I be saying words and then the words pull a sneaky on me. Yo, coffee blend. I can reposition it. So what happens if I... Yeah. It do be like that. Okay. We're filling this bit with coffee plants just to piss off Borrow. Actually, you know... Oh, no. We found another one. Yo, Borrow, how do you like coffee, dickhead? Still not enough. Hello? So do these ones count? Oh, it's inside the shop. So have I missed a pot? Yeah. I think I have. Chad, I am a dumb bitch. I'll be taking this plant. Borrow thinks Miss Otter is a dumb bitch. Borrow, I swear to fuck, where have you been stashing plant pots? Do you mind bending over a bit? You might have one up your ass. Ah, wait, I see one. I'm gonna start poaching plants from outside plant pots. Or I could do another coffee plant, because I am so over this. Get coffeeed, idiot. Borrow, this is what you get for giving me an impossible task. Where did... I don't remember what... Aha! I crave coffee now, look what you've done. Skill issue. So, awa, wa, 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 wa. Awa. 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 Please leave. Awa, wa, wa, both of those. White girl last needs to get a mocha like a Simpy. Awa. The small ones. Right, yeah. There's one in here as well. Okay. What do you want, gremlin child? Fuck. I guess I'm finding another plant. Yeah. I can't shrink shroom anymore, so it's probably another coffee plant. Unless I find, like... Ah, I see something here. I'm sure there's a way to clear out the mushrooms, but I'm too lazy to figure it out. The child wishes to speak once more. The child can wait her turn. For I am busy interior designing. The true master never... You borrow, I will fuck your dad. Where else? Literally, where else? Borrow, I beg of you. Are there, like, plant pots that I can only reach by ladder? Let's have a look. Oh my god, there are plant pots you can only reach by ladder. I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight. I'm doing more chores. That's fine. I am going to coffee plant this man's world. Everything he knows. Oh, trick room. Do I have enough? Do I fuck? Do I fuck? Oh, borrow, it's another coffee plant. It's your favorite. You pulled fuck. Now what? Right, where's another one? Gonna need another plant. I have my pot ready to go. Yo, it's another coffee plant. Let's go. Awa, 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 awa. Please, I beg of you. I know it will let me, so... Okay, dickhead. So the annoying thing here is... To go up and down, I use the analog stick. Oh, there was a pixel, dude. Any more plant pots? I don't believe there are. Borrow, you fuck. Okay, nothing here. Borrow, where? Literally where? Alright, help me. No, I filled the plots with plants. So you did, Miss Alta. It looks quite lovely. I am very glad that even here in the twilight of our time together, you are still taking the time to make our space beautiful. It means a lot to Borrow, it does. Now then, are you quite ready to see this drawing that I have cooked up? Ah! And here it is. What do you think? Your perspective lines are off, dude. Nah, I'm gonna be, guys. Not bad. Thank you so much. It turned out rather well, if I am saying so. I will call this piece A Million Tiny Delights. Yes, this is a good name. Here, I will be honored to let you take this drawing with you. Thank you, Burrows Man Boobs. I appreciate it. Yo, do you want to... Hey, chat? Hey, chat? I think the game just soft-locked. I can't do anything. I can't progress it. Huh? I am literally stuck. Borrow, you put me in fucking purgatory. Is this for the coffee plants? What do I do? I don't know what to do, because I can't save and quit. Like, surely this is just a matter of, like, he got pushed or something and now is in an awkward position. I'm gonna Alt F4, and if this has fucked anything up, and, like, I lose hours of progress, I'm going to cry. 1 second, chat. Let's try it again. Surely. I'm worried. Okay. So this is where you always start. That's a good sign. That is, the coffee plant is a good sign. Gremlin child wishing to speak to me. Good sign. Okay, we don't have those. We have that one. I think we got off light. But you know what? Fuck it. We don't trust Borrow. We don't trust Borrow. We don't complete that mission. Borrow's request. Enter fucking purgatory, dude. Excuse me. Need that package. Thank you. So yeah, no Borrow side quest. He can keep his fucking drawing. Very dischuffed about what happened there. I'll have a little sippy sip. You. Hey, I made a decision. Want to hear it? Sure. I'm gonna be a fighter. And you know what else I decided? Guess. You're gonna be a thoughtful and introspective fighter. Ew, no way. I'm gonna be the least thoughtful fighter ever. But that's not the thing I decided. I decided you're gonna teach me. You're gonna show me how to fight. I wanna know all the ways you kick and punch and how to dodge a suplex. You can show me sword stuff. I promise I'll be the best student you ever had. If you're my teacher, you can make sure I work super hard and train every day like you did. Please? Yeah, sure. I'll teach you. Yeah, I'm gonna be a fighter. This is the coolest. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm gonna be able to kick Weasel Wesley right around in his stupid face. What do we do first? Can you show me a sword attack? We gotta do sword stuff. Actually, I can't pick up my sword. What do you mean? Doesn't it belong to you? It does. I've had it for years. I used it every single day. So what's the problem? It's just, I can't, I don't know. I can't carry it, or, I just can't. I'm sorry, I'm trying. But you said you show me stuff. You told me you'd teach me. Yeah, and I want to. I could show you other techniques if you want. Something without a sword. But I wanted to see the sword. You told me you'd teach me the sword. The sword isn't an option. Get over it. No! The sword is the thing I want to do. There are lots of other things I can show you. I'm a professional fighter, remember? But you can't even carry a sword. That's not being a fighter, that's just being weak. If you're not a real fighter, how are you gonna teach me to be strong? I have to be strong enough. Strong enough for what? Strong enough to... Because I need to be good. I need to do good stuff, okay? What do you mean good stuff? Just, you know, whatever makes people want to be around you. I don't do anything good, ever. That's why Mom and Dad don't want to be around me. It's why Albert doesn't care about me. I have to do good stuff, okay? I have to not be so stupid for once in my life. Monster, why do you think that being able to fight has anything to do with people liking you? Well, I mean, it's like you said. You have to be in control of others. And if I'm in control, then nobody can hurt me, right? That's what you said.
Hey chat, this one's hitting a little bit close to home.
I promise I don't think you're stupid.
Yeah, you do. You said you trained me. You lied to me. You knew it was a lie and you said it anyway. You think I'm a dumb kid, just like everyone does, so you can lie to me and it doesn't matter.
Monster, you aren't dumb. You just have no idea what you're getting into. Sword fighting is dangerous. I don't want to teach you unless I can carry the sword myself. It's not about you, I promise. There are other reasons.
If it's not about me, then you should trust me.
No. I can't. I won't. I'm sorry.
So I'm not good enough for you. I'm not good enough for anyone. Monster. Go away. Listen, there are other ways to be strong. Stop! Stop talking to me! Go away! Go away! Go away! Alright. Alright, fine.
I have angered the child. Uh-oh. Anyway, on a lighter note, what's come through the mail? Ah! It's a little guy again.
Morrow, I just had a terrible conversation with the kid over there, Monster. She, I want to help her, but I can't.
I see. Yes, children can be quite difficult to help. Truly, there are little minds of their own, but Boro is glad that you are at least trying your best.
Is there anything I can do to calm her down? Just settle her?
Well, it is possible that she... Oh, goodness.
What?
Over there, by the exit to the forest, I believe she has taken something of yours. You little bastard!
Damn it, what is she doing? She keeps getting stupider and stupider. I think I should go out there and track her down. I don't want her to hurt herself.
I see, and would the Miss Alta like Boro's assistance at all?
No, I started this, I'll be the one to fix it.
Very good, I am understanding. I wish you good fortune on your forest rescue expedition.
Thanks, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, no, I am going after the child immediately. Because fucking concerning. Hello? Yeah, urgent, 100%. I don't care that I collapse every time I go out there. Awawa. Right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna... Oh no, I've got to move me and my fucking... Ow, there we go.
Monster! Monster, where are you? I'm an idiot. Keep moving, Alta. Monster, can you hear me? Oh. Monster, there you are. Are you okay? Monster. Hey, what's going on? Did something happen to you? Why'd your sword get heavy all of a sudden? I gotta be stronger. What the hell? Yeah, I can do it. I can do it. I'm strong enough. You see? It's my sword. I'm the one who deserves it. How are you doing this? I wanted it. I wanted to be powerful and I got it. Monster, please, can you give me the sword? I don't want you to hurt yourself. No! You don't care about me. You just want what I've got. You can't even carry the sword. That's what you told me. You're just jealous because now I'm strong. You don't like me being strong. That's not true. I don't want you to hurt yourself. The sword is heavy and sharp. You can easily hurt yourself if you don't know how to use it. Trust me, I've used this sword for a long time. It's dangerous. I'm not gonna hurt myself. If you give me the sword, I'll let you make other decisions, I promise. Liar! You're a liar and you think I'm too stupid to notice! You can't carry the sword, so now I get it. I get to be in control now. Say it. Say that I get to have the sword. Monster. Say that the sword is mine now. Say it.
Hold on. Before you do anything, let's think about this. Alta, this is your sword. It was made just for you. You went undefeated for 3.5 years with it. Without the sword, who are you? You're nothing. You're nobody. Don't you see that? The sword is your right. Take it back, now, or you'll never be yourself again.
Ah. Right. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. I'm not taking it back. I would not like to lunge and violently rip the sword away from her.
Yeah. It's yours. Really? I get to keep it forever? Yes, maybe I don't even deserve the sword. I'm so stupid. I screwed up. I screwed up so badly. It's mine! It's mine, yeah! I get to do whatever I want. I get to be a fighter. I get to fight anybody. Nobody gets to tell me what to do ever again. Ever. Nobody. I did it! Okay, what's the best thing to do? What's the best kind of stab to do? Do I sing like this? This seems good. Yeah, okay, I think I'll get the hang of it. Oh, your dang sword. Why is it always getting so heavy all the time? I'm just trying to do a stab.
She's seeing a second self. And she's chasing it away.
She's distracted. This is your opportunity. This is your chance to take back what belongs to you, Alta. Please, don't let someone else take something that's a part of you.
Nope, I'm staying cool. Talking to the frightened voice that looks like Monster.
Hey, are you okay? Are you scared? What are you scared of? Her? Why are you scared of her?
She's going to do something stupid.
I don't think I was that far off with the voice. I was just a little more bratty.
What do you mean? What's she gonna do?
It's just everything. Everything she does is bad. I have to watch her all the time to make sure she's not being stupid.
Did she do something to hurt you?
She made everyone go away with how dumb she is. She made Annabeth and Noah go away. And Tessa. She made Mom and Dad abandon us. She's just so out of control. All the time. She's nothing like you.
Well, I mean, Monster, I'm not as in control of myself as you think I am.
You're not? But you told me... You said how hard you always work to be in control. That's what you said.
Yeah, I sort of stretched the truth a little bit there. Honestly, I said a lot of that because I wanted you to think I was cool.
You did?
Yeah, and
Maybe I used to be really in control at some point, but lately I just feel confused. I feel scared and alone. I've done everything right, everything I was supposed to do, and I still feel so scared. I don't get it. I don't get why I feel so alone. You know what? I think that's probably how she feels too. Alone. Hey, I have a really big favor to ask you. Could you try your best to trust her?
What do you mean?
She's smarter than you realize, I promise. But you have so much power over her. She'll do anything you say. She, Little Vangy. Please, can you let her make some of the decisions? Can you give her a shot? I think she really wants you to trust her.
Really? You really wanted me to think you were cool?
Yeah, I did.
Huh.
Holy fuck. Hey. Am I good? Are you good? What do you mean? Like, am I good as a person? Do you think I'm good? Yeah. Of course. You're weird and you're stubborn, but I like that for some reason. I think it's because you remind me of me when I was a kid. Really? Yeah, absolutely. You're actually a lot like how I was. Ah. Okay.
Hydration time. Whether it
Thank you,
be
Katie.
this, water,
Not the time.
whatever else you drink it quick.
I appreciate it, but that was one of the worst timings. Monster, do you believe me when I say you're good? Because I mean it. You're good. Yeah. Okay. I believe you. You do? Yeah, I do. I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. I'm good. Good. I mean... Awkwardly hug her back. You kind of got her. There. Will you stay with me? Can you promise not to go anywhere? It's okay. I trust you. Come on, monster. You're tired. Let's go back. Giant Dark Souls font child adopted. Okay. And she can pick it up now. She's figured it out. Wow.
Ah, glad to see you coming back around, Miss Alta. Did I fall asleep? Indeed. Shortly after your return to the clearing, the two of you both seemed quite tired. I put your sword back by the tree stump, as always. Is Monster okay? Indeed, she napped ferociously for a time, but now she is being up and about. Perhaps you should say hello to her. She is certainly one who loves to talk. Yeah, sure. Is everything being okay? Boro, earlier you were telling me about how the forest works. When I was out there just now with Monster, I could feel my inner voice talking to me. She told me to take the sword away from Monster, but I was able to choose not to. How is that possible? She never backs down when I tell her to. I'm just gonna go back to normal. Yes, just like you said. Boro suspects that this is the forest, separating a thing into its pieces. For just a moment, you got to have some breathing room from this voice. But once I leave this forest, the separation will end, right? Yes, that is right, and the decision to not to obey me become as hard as it was before. Oh. Yeah, so last time I streamed this, I was chatting about, like, how emotional coping strategies course was helping me, like, come to terms with, like, accepting the bad part of myself and properly handling emotions and learning to shut them off and handle them, well, not shut them off, choose to feel a different emotion and handle the other one later. Oh boy howdy, is this hitting me a little bit, because this is dealing with the fact that, yeah, once that support net's gone, you are on your own. Technically. There's still people, like, in the real world, there's people that can, like, be around you and support you and help you, obviously. And I fucking, yeah. Sorry, I had to send a stern message to Cuddle. Oh, I guess somehow I thought going through all this would, like, change me in a more permanent way. It fucking has, Alta. Dude, Alta, open your fucking eyes. Yes. So, I mean, you did do a faux pas, dickhead. Yes, I am understanding very much. I'm gonna sternly pin you down and lick your feet. Lick Boro's feet. He needs it. The forest is giving you no fixes. All it can be doing is give you some new information. And this is, like, again, the support. This goes out to mental health in general. At the end of the day, you can't be, you can't just get a fix. You can be given the information, and it's up to you how you use it. This game just rounded itself out into the biggest mental health message ever. I knew it had mental health messaging throughout, but this is... Dude, had I played this, like, 5 years ago, like, if it was out 5 years ago, I would have thought this was, like, the biggest load of shit. Because I didn't know. I didn't believe this sort of thing. But, you know, look, fucking here I am now, right? I'm happy, I'm feeling things that I'd stopped myself being allowed to feel. Or because people taught me and I listened. To be able to see something is perhaps not as pleasant as being able to fix it. No, it isn't. But if you are wanting Boro's opinion, seeing is a wonderful first step.
throughout this story, Alta went through so many stages of, like, denying it, hiding from it, and then coming to terms with it. Well then, the shop needs our care as ever. I believe I will take a look around. I am wishing you well as always, Miss Alta. So where does this game end? I mean, clearly not yet. And I don't want to rush towards it. I've clearly not entered a new clearing. Because I can still hear Nana. But we're definitely reaching, like, the end point to the story. And I am so fucking down.
Yeah, look at me. I'm still kind of glowing and stuff.
Oh my god, you are? What the fuck? You're a feral child. Wait, kind of glowing like the curse on the knight in the first... That's probably a bad thing.
No way, it's great. I hope it lasts forever. It was so cool being big and strong like that. Is that what you get like when you're fighting?
You mean, do I glow and gain magical strength?
Yeah!
Yes, monster, that is exactly what happens.
Cool! I want to see you fight someday.
Do you feel okay after all of that in the forest? It was pretty intense.
Yeah, I'm good. I was just kind of tired for a bit, but now I feel good again.
So, did you see another you and me when we were out there in the forest? Like a duplicate version of each of us, and they glowed and talked.
No, I don't think so. I don't see anything. That sounds cool, though. I want to see ghost versions of us.
Right, okay. Well, okay then.
I'm gonna go see if I got superpowers from this back going stuff.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Yeah.
What flavor do you want? Same as before? Fuck off! You've got... Oh, no, dude.
Yeah, make it taste like Commander's Krispies.
Alright, will do. I have to talk to this asshole. I don't want to. It's nothing to do with you as a person, except that you're Scottish. I don't want to read the Scottish... I can't read it.
My love, she feels it. Most deepest of fragments. A great rift, a pull, a rifting like. 'Twant much long ago now. Aye, this feeling. 'Tis a calling purpose to feel this. To be. Loves it most, I does. Feel it echoes. Feels the ripples in my heart. A fragmenting most good kind. A calling purpose it is. Ah, so's. Hope she also felt it. 'Was most well uncommon a treat. 'Tis all, my love. 'Tis all.
Like, with the way it's written out, I can almost... I can almost read it well. Breakfast, cereal, and sugar. Here we go. I think it's just these two, right? Let's see here. I want to look at... Was it Sky Whistle? Sweet and sugary, okay. And I think it was Paintbrush Lotus. No, that was ice cream. Huh. Which one was the breakfast one? Planet itself, cleansing fruit. What the fuck? Why can't I find it, dude? Tart sickly and high with caffeine, ages you by 1 minute, burning sensation in the feet. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Ah, wow, 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 wow. Ginger and almond leather, favorite flavor ice cream, citrus milk, whatever. All right, snot cones. Yeah. I don't have a snot cone planted right now.
Because of all the fucking plants, that is the one I managed to shrink. I'm not mad at all. I'm just very disappointed. So I guess I'm making a snap cone. Fuck me, dude. Yeah, everybody watch the dickhead that can't navigate their inventory. Yeah, gather round. Wah. All right, yeah, this, you know what? I've got a great idea. I've got an amazing idea, in fact. I'm going to feed one of the birds some of this concoction, some of the Aeon brew. I'm gonna see what color it turns. Surely it will be beautiful. Oh, birds, where are you? There you are. Have that. Holy shit, you're perfect. You're incredible. Look at you. You're a fucking abomination. I love you. That was worth it. You know what? I wonder if it'll be a dialogue that I can enjoy. I fucking picked up coffee. I don't want to. I'm gonna see if I get a unique dialogue from this. I don't see why I would. But you never know. Gosh hecking darn it, I spilled some. Chat, why am I bad at this game? So I know for a fact that they do shuffle around the map because I remember the last... No, it is here. Fuck, I'm an idiot. That is what's happening here. Ignore me, please.
Interesting. It kind of sends these weird shivers all over your body. But it's not unpleasant. It's sort of, I don't know, invigorating? Like I could stand up and dance or something. Yeah, okay. I can see how you'd use this in a big ritual. It's making me a little jittery and ready to move. Weird. Wow, and now the feeling is just totally gone. You need to keep drinking this stuff pretty regularly to make it through a whole ceremony.
So it was a unique, I think. It was a unique dialogue. Cool. I wonder if there's other, like, hidden drinks like that. Thing is, I probably won't go hunting them down because, like I said, I'm okay with just having the journey that I have. I think that's what this game's about. Just having the experience that you have and being happy with it. I'm okay with that. And I think, like, at this point, I've reached where I'm satisfied with the game. I'm ready for this game to close out. And I think it's definitely gonna soon. wah, 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 wah. You go. Here we go. I think this is the retro cup. Whatever it is, it looks cute. And I think I want to serve it in this. Perfect. Yeah, I'm good at those. Right, child, where are you? The fucking feral child. There you are. Well, first off... bug. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting any more letters. Here's your tea. Okay. What do you think? Yeah, it's Commander Crispy's again. Do you know Commander Crispy's theme song? He's got a song and all his cadets sing it. I memorized the song because of how intelligent I am. Ooh. Please, God, do not sing the theme song. That's okay, the theme song sucks anyway. I like to sing it because people always hate it. Hey, Monster, so... it's possible that I'll actually have to leave soon. And you know, if that happened, I wouldn't be around to talk to you anymore. Oh. And, you're gonna be okay, even without me. Because, like, you're actually strong. You're stronger than you think. And you don't need, like, combat information to be strong. You're strong enough on your own. It's not about me, you know? It's you. You're good. Do you, does that make sense? Maybe? I think so. Where are you gonna go? Home, I think, but I'm not sure. Is that good? Do you want to go home? I don't know what the answer is here. I don't think Alta would want to go home. Like, okay, she'd want to initially, but like... her life has basically... no, I think she would. I think, like, she's changed for the better. I don't know. Yeah. I've been wanting to go home for a while now. I feel ready. It's what I need, I think. For me. The point is, sometimes people say goodbye and it's okay, right? Does that make sense? It's not... it's not about you. You're good. You're good, okay? I'm good. Yes, exactly. You're good. Okay, yeah. I trust you. What is it? Nah, it's nothing. Okay, I gotta go. Alright, I'll see you around. Damn. I'm still kind of reeling from the whole, like, scene in the forest. Like, that has knocked the wind out of my fucking sails. I'm gonna be honest with you. What if I just grabbed the sword and the game ended? Chat, do we do it? Do we do it or we wait for something to happen? Because up until now, the sign for the chapter ending is, you know, people going quiet and you meditating and ending up in a different clearing, but I think I know what the end state is this time. And I think this is the point of the game where we're done. That is a really hard call. I've enjoyed my time with this game a lot. Like, it didn't make me consistently feel things throughout, mostly because there is still a bit of emotional numbness in me sometimes. Like Spiritfarer, like those who were here since the beginning, and like there's only like 1 or 2 of you. Spiritfarer was a game that consistently made me feel things and made me cry throughout, because it was a lot of like mini stories, right? You got to know these characters, and sometimes before you were ready, they were gone. But this game, you're following one character, you're having these fleeting journeys while they're stopping around, and like you're getting to know them maybe sometimes, and then they're gone. And you're learning about one character. And it is such a different feeling, and I kind of like it. I don't know where I was going with this. I genuinely don't. Hey, do you want any more tea? Okay then, asshole. It's happening again, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Monster. I really enjoyed spending time with you. Did I do a good job? I hope you connect with your family again. Borrow, it's done. Monster isn't talking anymore. Oh, I see, indeed. Borrow noticed you're looking somewhat ashen. How are you feeling? I don't know. Well then, I am thinking it is time we convene at the shrine once again. I will see you there in just a moment. Well, I think whether I like it or not, this is the end of this clearing. I kind of don't want to know what comes next, because I feel like my heart's hurting right now. I don't think another chapter can happen. I think that would not... I don't know what I think. I think this is the end regardless of what I do. Here we are, one last time. And there we go. This is it, Miss Alta. It is time to... Say, Boro has just now had an idea. What if we made one last cup of tea? One more brew to send out our big adventure together. I would be very grateful if you were to make me a cup of something you love. What do you say? Sure. I can do that. As long as you don't softlock my fucking game again, Boro. Oh, delightful. Thank you.
Please, bring whichever flavor of tea you prefer. I am feeling most amenable right now. Perhaps a flavor that best captures your feelings on our time together. But only if you wish. Anything at all will do just fine. Thank you again, miss. There's one more conversation I can have. I don't understand. I mean, it's just gonna be Nana, like, not being able to talk to me, right? No, wait, because Nana is one of the people in the forest that are fine. Nana, it's going to be extremely weird hearing nothing but silence from you.
Silence? Missy, I tried being silent once and it was a goddamn nightmare.
How are you talking? I thought everyone went silent.
Yeah, the losers did maybe, but I look like one of those bimbos to you. Can't shut me up. Just you try, universe. Just you try.
Come on, universe, you got this.
The universe thinks it's so high and mighty.
Is there a reason you don't lose your voice the way other people here seem to?
Missy, I already told you this. Me and Borrow ain't like everyone else around here. The two of us are cut from a different cloth. We don't play by the rules you've been setting here.
The rules I've been setting?
Yeah, you. I'm perfectly aware of who the forest is responding to around here. So don't go try to make this about someone else. Take some damn responsibility for once. All right, that's it for old Nana. Something tells me I gotta be getting out of here. Lickety-split.
Nana. You said you saw potential in people, right? The bad kind.
Yeah, what of it?
What do you see in me?
In you? Look, reason why I don't tell folks about this vision of mine, they all seem to need some kind of reassurance. Reassurance that they ain't bad people or some such like that. But you listen to me. There's no bad people, only bad choices. That's it. The kid over there, she just doesn't get the choice. The choice is being made for her. And that pisses me off. Pisses me off. You, on the other hand, you get to choose, so just don't be an idiot about it.
How do I not be an idiot?
You'll figure it out. All right, time's a wasting. There's market potential out there just begging to be tapped into. I'm out of here. Bye, losers. Good riddance.
Don't die, Nana. Let's make that last cup of tea, shall we? I think... I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Physical pain, regrets. Symmetry options for parties, fucking... I guess, rich and chocolatey. Fuck it. Rich and... We're gonna do prisms. Gives Borrow a cup of plain water. Fuck it, we're gonna make chocolate. Chocolatey tea. Because I never actually got to use these fucking prison peppers. You. Yeah, dickhead. Yeah, I need T-bot. Fuck off! Thank you. You. One last cup of tea. What a vibe this has been, dude. Yeah, sorry, I sort of like spaced out for a second there. Games got me thinking thoughts, dude. I don't know if they're good ones or bad ones, but I'm thinking them. I think it's more contemplation, you know? Like, I learned a lesson from this game today.
I learned that I'm gonna be okay. I think. Fuck me, that looks like orangeade. We're in. We are so in. I drink the fuck out of that. Spicy balls. True. Throw every item you have into the tea? Nah. This is my journey. Have a little sippy sip. Ah, and here it is. Goodness, do I taste prison peppers? A reminder of the triangular nature of our friendship. What are the 3 points of our friendship triangle? Tea, persistence, and, pluffins. Ah, Miss Alta, thank you so very much for the drink. I am grateful for your presence and your effort, as always. In fact, being here with you now at the end of it all, well, I must say it is a strange and wonderful feeling. No customers asking for tea. No tasks that require doing. Just us. Us and our tea shop. Isn't it a peculiar sensation when everything goes quiet? I know how much Miss Alter enjoys excitement, but perhaps you might stay here and enjoy the silence with me for a bit. Stay here and do what exactly? Well, that's just it. There's nothing in particular to do. You could decorate a bit if you still feel like arranging some of our many plants. Or maybe there are some photographs you wish to capture. Or not. You might meander about and sweep up some leaves or feed the pluffins. Or perhaps you wish to make Boro another cup of tea. I am also always enjoying that very much. And of course, you can be making a cup of tea for yourself to sit and enjoy. Are there any flavors of tea you've not yet tried? Now might be the time to try a few. But Miss Alta, these are not requests or tasks. If you simply want to sit and do nothing, that is fantastic as well. I am only suggesting a moment of pure open-endedness, if that makes sense. Nothing in particular to be gained, just existing. In fact, this is what life is like for Boro most of the time. Nothing much happening, just existing. Don't you get bored? Yes, all the time. But it is something I'm enjoying, in fact. Boredom can be a wonderful luxury. Is it that hard to imagine? I understand, but it is true. What do you think, Miss Alta? Do you feel like taking a bit of time to enjoy the silence? But how? Doing nothing is excruciating for me. Boro, you see me. I genuinely keep trying to slow down and rest. I want to get better at it. But then the person who looks like me, every time I try to do nothing, she forces me back into action. Sitting around for all day doing nothing is meaningless if she just gets away in the end. Ah, yes, I'm understanding completely. Perhaps she is seeing boredom as an obligation, an errand, a chain upon the neck. From that perspective, I can be quite understanding her objections to it. If I had to guess, boredom may be a difficult thing to do until she allows it. So perhaps you can request her permission to be bored. You think she'll listen? I don't know, but to ask the question with an open heart is a good first step. And for now, she simply cannot stop you from simply sitting on a bench and listening to the wind. Perhaps you'll better understand the merits of boredom with an occasional demonstration. She wants what is best for you. I am sure you can persuade her in the value of doing nothing. Miss Alta, thank you so much for your patience and your thoughtfulness. Boro appreciates it very much. You've shown such remarkable resilience. It has been a true treat to be on this journey with you. Whenever you have become bored of boredom, you may of course meander over to the shrine. I feel quite certain that
It will allow you to move on to the next thing, whatever that means. Once I sit down at the shrine, I won't see you again. Oh no, I believe I will see you before you go. Boro may not be in control of the forest, but I am certainly able to sneak in a last goodbye. Do not worry, I'll be there to see you out. Take your time, Miss Alta. Do not go until you feel good and ready. We are in no rush here. Okay. There is no way I can speak to the child. Well, I don't know. First off, I'm gonna like sit down a little bit. You know what? Boros right. I'm gonna do some stuff while the ads happen. I missed Larry and the gang were great. The fucking presentations, dude. I don't know, man. This game has been so fucking cozy. I met so many cool characters. Like, I'm feeling real life right now. Like, in real life, I've met so many fucking cool people. Some people that I want to fucking launch off a cliff, but in a loving way. If that makes, like, any sense. And some people that I don't think I could live without. And some people that have taught me new things about myself, and some people that have, like, made me learn things about myself that I would never have done, and made me feel things that I was pretty sure I'd never feel ever again. I think this game is trying to teach me to just look inward sometimes, to like it's a pluffin, dude. To look inward sometimes and just like chill the fuck out. And I think that maybe the game would have taught me to do that had I not already learned, you know? I don't know, man. Life is a series of side quests populated by weird NPCs. No, it really is, though. Like, that's exactly what this has been. And that's true. If this game has perfectly encapsulated life and dealing with mental health and learning to accept the parts of you that you can't control and asking for it for grace. And I think in some ways that's what I've had to do with my bad self. Yeah. I think I'm a lot more comfortable with who I am as a person now, and I think Alta is as well. Like, she's struggling with it a little bit. She's still gonna let it sit, don't get me wrong. But there's a comfort there. There really is. It is a really good moment to reflect. Like, I've gotten 4 really good streams out of this game. And each one has, like, put me closer and closer to... Each stream of this has put me closer and closer to thinking about myself a little more and reflecting. I think it's been a good time for me. I think I needed this game in some ways. Not to, like, teach me anything new, but to reinforce what I already knew. That what I'm doing is right. That what I'm doing is working, and it's the way to go. sometimes it really is just okay to, like, take things at your pace. Like, hey, that task is there. You don't need to fucking do it right away. It needs resolving, sure. And, like, you'll keep noticing it. It'll keep reminding you it's there. It'll keep walking past you. And you'll do it. And no matter what, it makes you feel good for having done it. That kind of teaches you really bad things about procrastination in a way. I don't know, man. But no, I think... Fuck it. Chat, how about we close this out? I think it's time. We'll do the last little NPC interaction, I think. Hey, monster. So I'm actually trying to learn how to be bored. Can you believe that? Being able to be okay with the rest you need is another important lesson. Oh yeah, that has been so prevalent throughout this game. And imagine you're pretty great at being bored. Kids are good at that, or at least they talk about it a lot. Well, yeah, okay. I'll see you around. Let's get that shrine. But no, like, yeah, like, this game has, like, from the start, it's been, hey, you need to fucking rest and stop. And that is fine. That is an important part of being alive. That is a lesson I actually taught myself once, even when I was, like, going through a lot of really shit stuff, was I can sit here and live as much life as possible, even when I'm tired. Or I can bite the bullet, rest, and have maybe less time, but have far more quality time. And that quality time is worth so much more. Like, I would happily lose 2 hours to have 1 hour that is so much happier than it could have been, you know? Even, you know, as a person who has lost 10 years of my life and probably won't live that long if I keep the way I'm going, I'm happy to sacrifice to be happy for a little bit longer. And yeah, sure, I'm going to put in the work where it needs to be put in. Obviously, I want to live longer, but I'm going to keep giving myself grace. It's time to sit at the shrine, chat. Do you guys see a loading screen when you close your eyes? God damn it, Alta. For fuck's sake. I'm gonna move myself again. Can you not have these forest sequences, please, you asshole? Hey, are you there? Can you hear me? I know you're here. I can feel you. Could you trust me? Please, I want to earn it. I want to earn your trust. What do you think?
Can you give me a shot? Hey, Rico.
I want to earn your trust. I want to earn it. I want to earn it. I want to earn your trust. Can you give me a shot?
No decisions I gotta make. Okay, well, I guess I'm moving back. Ow. Oh, thank you for the sub, Rico.
Raikou Chaos just subscribed.
Well. There it is. Well done. Awa! You've been paid, thank you. Thank you so much. Like, all of the money that I'm getting right now is... all of the money that I'm getting right now is going to go to funding the model updates from my redesign. So that will be going towards that. Thank you. Awa. I appreciate it a lot. I wonder if I should take that out of the little Ko-fi update, Ko-fi bar then. Yeah, so I've had a redesign. The Ko-fi bar up there, up there above me, is basically the price of getting my model updated to little 2.0. So that's what that's going to go towards now. I don't know if you've seen the redesign. It's really cool. Miss Alta, I believe the forest will now be sending you off. So I'm just going back. Everything returns to how it was. Well, I can tell you for certain that you will be leaving these woods. Oh, no, yeah, no. You can't fund the entire thing. I'm so fucking, like, I am not expecting that at all. Holy shit. I'm just saying that that is going towards that. Thank you. But whether it goes back to how it was, that will be up to you. Am I going to be a fighter again after all of this? Well, from Boros' perspective, I am certainly thinking it is possible, if it's something you want. But what do you think, Miss Alta? Do you feel that you are going to become a fighter again? I'm not sure. Do I have to decide right now? Not at all. In fact, perhaps it is a good thing to never truly know. I'm very proud of you, Miss Alta. Boro has very much enjoyed your company here in the clearing. Whatever comes next is up to you, and I trust you to be making the good decisions. Ah, right. I appreciate it, thank you. Once I leave, will I ever see you again? Well, I appreciate you throwing money. Oh, I should very much be thinking so. In fact, I'll show you the redesign stuff. Real quick. Hey, chat, how about I just show the fucking ref sheet on stream? Fuck it, you know what? 1 second. Do people want, like, maximum adorable right now? Because I can show you it. So I'm not going to look exactly like this, because this is going to be... I'm going to be updating the chibi model. But that is the reference for the redesign. Right there. Ow. It's very carby and very happy. Yeah. So there's gonna be model updates, and that's gonna be fucking expensive. The tail is still a pain in the ass, yeah. That's not going anywhere. But not now, anyway. In time, the forest will always invite you back. You are a weird dude, Boro. Indeed, and I am offering no apologies.
I am simply doing what feels right, as best as I can be telling. Yo, Borrow? Same. So, what do you say? Are you feeling ready? It is up to you. We will not move until you have decided it is time. Oh yeah, for sure. Can we stay here for just a few more minutes? Of course, Miss Alta. Of course. We will stay right here until you're ready. Yo, you single-handedly got us a hype chest. That's hype. Thank you. And that's it. Like I said, this has been a fucking journey for me, I think. Go along then, you need to rest. Have a good rest, Rikim. I'm gonna be ending stream after credits, I think. Thank you. You have a good rest. I appreciate it. I mean, I feel like I've done all of my reflection already, you know, like... I wasn't expecting it to lean quite so hard into some of the feelings I've had over my life. But I'm glad it did. And I'm glad it didn't destroy me like it did in Spiritfarer with that one character that definitely had BPD. Like, he was just me through and through. I recommend the hell out of this game to anybody who wants to experience a story that is not afraid to let you take your time. It's not an infinite game. It's not a game that is to be played forever. This was a 20-hour experience at most. And, like, you could probably stretch it out every time you've got a clearing. Like, you know, you can decorate it and stuff, and you can probably complete it more than I did, because I felt like it was better that I just had the journey I had. But I do recommend this game a lot. This is about 20 hours of one of the best stories I've experienced in gaming. And that's 100% the truth. I like this. And, like, it's not making me desperate to play more of it. It's left me at a position where I'm like, I'm satisfied, you know? It's getting louder, isn't it? Oh, good lord, that's loud. Oh, good heavens. Heavens to Betsy, dude. No, it's like, there's a lot of games that I've really liked that have not lasted long enough and left me wanting to play it again, but this one was such a complete experience, and one that wasn't afraid to have a boring character or have a boring interaction just to build its world. And those, because, like, a game needs an ebb and a flow, right? I'm
really glad you didn't get the Pluffin Revolution ending. It would have really killed the emotional resonance of the game when the Pluffins overthrew their masters and brought you to the guillotine. Okay, dude. Gotcha. No, I'm, yeah, like I said, it needs an ebb and flow, and this one struck it perfectly. I never got fatigued by the game. Every chapter lasted as long as it needed to. Every stage of it was perfect. Yeah. Ladies, gents, NB friends, and those who exist even outside of those definitions, that has been Wanderstop, and that is one of my favorite games of all time now, I think. I didn't think I'd be rating a game like this that highly. I didn't think I'd be rating a cozy game like this at all. But fucking here we are. I'm gonna find someone to raid.